Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are going live with severe weather outbreak coverage. We are anticipating the potential for a severe weather outbreak across the central northern plains, back into the Midwest, and even some severe weather that's ongoing in the southeast today, with all hazards of severe weather on the table, including the potential for damaging winds, large hail, and even a threat for a few tornadoes, and a strong tornado or two cannot be ruled out today. So we got a busy afternoon and evening ahead of us here across the United States. We are beginning right off the bat with a tornado warning in Iowa. This is actually east of Des Moines. This is a low-top supercell. We talked about this in today's video, but we are anticipating the potential for low-top supercells back over in eastern Iowa, northwest Illinois, and southwestern Wisconsin over the next few hours. And this is one of them. It has just developed over the last 30 minutes. You can actually see the hook echo here on radar, located right over Brooklyn, Iowa. It's about to cross over I-80, and then eventually it's going to be moving towards Deep River. It's moving to the south-southeast right now. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to get to your safe place immediately, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building as this storm continues to track down to the southeast. And there's several other storms that have also gone up outside of this that could also be capable of producing damaging winds and maybe even an isolated tornado threat as these storms continue to track down to the southeast. This is what the velocities look like right now. You might notice it doesn't look like anything super impressive, but this right here is the area of interest. It's going to be right in that hook echo, essentially crossing over I-80 right now, coming up on V18, and then Gersony will be in the track of this here in just a few minutes. Also, if we go further back off to the west, we've got some storms going up right now in Nebraska that are inside of our tornado watch. It's that purple area that we have outlined on the map. We have a few different supercells that have just gone up, and both of which are going to be capable of potential for damaging winds. And if they can stay discreet and also surface-based, the tornado threat will also be more elevated. We're keeping an eye on the storms right now just west of Pierce for a slightly more elevated tornado threat. And then on top of that, the storm near Grand Island, those two that are going up right now are beginning to form. They may become tornadic at some point down the road, but at least for the time being, they're mainly wind and hail threats moving towards Central City. This is actually a live shot from Ryan Scholl, who's currently back over on the storm in northern Nebraska with an unbelievable structure.
Oh no,
this is back over to the west of Pierce. This storm is producing 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, currently tracking to the east. It's a very slow-moving storm. One of the biggest concerns also on top of the severe weather in the Central Plains and the Midwest today is the potential for flooding. We can actually see a significant flash flooding threat with how slow these storms are moving today.
I think we're just going to keep sitting here for a little longer.
And the storm, this one right now that's in Nebraska, is currently moving east at about 15-20 miles per hour. So it's very slow moving, could easily produce a flooding potential, and it's also producing 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Also, we just had a car that may have gotten stalled. I do want to point out, we're going to go back to Scholl here in 2 seconds. Back over in Savannah, Georgia, we've talked a ton about the flooding the last week or so. Unfortunately, there are storms that are barely moving near Savannah, Georgia that are causing significant flooding right now. We've had cars that have been stranded. This is a live shot back over on Whittaker Street at Liberty Street, back over in Savannah, Georgia. And this is something that I would not recommend doing. People are driving through floodwaters right now. The water is continuing to rise, and we could easily see cars get stranded here as the rain continues to fall here. We just had a car stranded a few moments ago. Looks like it at least got out, but we are anticipating that this will continue to be a problem for the next few hours, as if you look again, bottom right of your screen, there's hardly any movement with the storms that are currently over Savannah, Georgia right now. So definitely something that you want to keep in mind if you're back over in the Savannah, Georgia area. Even if you're back over in Iowa or any other state, we are definitely anticipating that there could be the potential for some flash flooding here that could also lead to some really major problems. This is back over to Ryan Scholl.
We love it. We love it, man.
Is there lagging? Might just be on.
I
don't think there's no lagging on my end.
It's just absolutely incredible.
Should be good.
We love it, love it, love it. It's starting to get really suspicious here, and it's starting to get a little bit more warm, moist inflow.
It's lagging?
There should be no lagging. The air feels a little bit warmer now, as far as I can tell. So this thing might be a little bit better now, I think.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on my feed. It looks good right now. Might just have to refresh. If you're having issues, just refresh the feed. Once again, this is on the storm near Plainview, Nebraska right now, producing 2-inch sized hail.
This thing's going to continue to intensify.
60-mile-per-hour winds. We got a little inflow tail coming in from the right. There is a low chance for a tornado with this storm down the road as it continues to track east going towards Osmond and as well as Pierce.
Yeah, still 2-inch hail. Do we want to destroy a windshield today?
Oh no, Shoal's gonna drive into the storm. Is he gonna destroy his windshield? Yeah, there's no issues on my end. Again, I'm gonna look into it for sure. We are using a different encoder, which may be the problem, but I'm not seeing any problems on my end right now. It might have been YouTube too. I have no clue.
I have not looked at it yet, so I'll look at it later. I promise you.
All right, let's go back over to Iowa on our tornado warning. This back over near Brooklyn and Victor. The last few radar scans are still showing a broad area of rotation right now. This is near the Lone Pine Mobile Home Court. We still have a hook echo on this storm. It is moving to the southeast right now. Again, storms that are tornadic can move from north to south. That is exactly what this storm is doing right now. And we are expecting some more discrete cells to go up over the next hour or two back over in eastern Iowa. We do not currently have a watch in place out here, but I would anticipate that they will issue some level of a watch here soon to at least address the potential for severe weather, including damaging winds, hail, and maybe even a low tornado potential. If we go back over to our SPC outlook for today, in case you've not already seen, we did get an upgrade. We now have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather in place back over in far western Iowa and eastern Nebraska. So this is just to the north of Omaha, where all hazards of severe weather are possible, including damaging winds, large hail, and the potential for a few tornadoes. We also have a 5% tornado risk. We don't see this very often, at least in July. We haven't had many of these instances where we have 5% tornado risks. This is only the, I think this is the first one of the month, actually. I think we had one at the end of June. So this doesn't technically include what we saw in June, but we've at least had one so far in July. I believe this is the first one. So that does include areas just west of Des Moines, back over to the north of Omaha, Nebraska, especially in northeast Nebraska, where we could see a tornado or two. And as I've mentioned before, I do think the potential for a strong tornado is going to be in play this afternoon and evening. This is NATOcast outlook for tornadoes as well. We do quite often look at NATOcast just to kind of give us an idea of what some of the experimental tools are showing us in terms of our tornado threat. And you'll notice that it does have a 5% area, a very small one outlined just off to the north of Omaha. But generally speaking, the chances of tornadoes are not that high, but they are definitely at least a little bit higher than what we've been seeing over the last week or so. We really haven't had a really, decent tornado day in terms of a decent chance of tornadoes in quite some time. And I think today is really the best chance of seeing a tornado out of any day that we've had so far this month. So definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware and have multiple ways to receive warnings. Also, if we go over to the Storm Prediction Center outlook real quick, I do want to go over this. This is the SPC outlook, or the mesoscale discussion that was issued just a few hours ago. But this is one of the higher, most probable peak intensities that we've seen so far this month as well. We are looking at the potential for strong tornadoes with any discrete supercells today. They've outlined that the potential for tornadoes between 100 to 130 miles per hour is possible, mainly across eastern and northeastern Nebraska and western Iowa, just outside of Omaha. We have a stationary frontal boundary that is very slowly lifting to the north, and as that happens, there will be a lot more wind shear on the south side of that warm front in that unstable and warm corridor, where I do think there will be a potential for a few tornadoes, especially near that frontal boundary. So that is really what we're keeping an eye on here over the next few hours. Obviously, further off to the east in Iowa, we have these little low top supercells that are currently going up. These are also capable of producing the potential for tornadoes, but generally speaking, the strong tornado potential back over in eastern Iowa is at least a little bit lower. This back over to Ryan Scholl, who's on our storm in far northern Nebraska. At this time, the tornado chances are low, but it will increase if this storm can continue to move to the east. It's kind of going left to right now. You can see that bottom right of your screen. So this supercell is slowly drifting to the east. Our stationary frontal boundary is moving very slowly to the north, and as that happens, this storm may become more surface-based. That's essentially what we're keeping an eye on, though, for this particular supercell. so far, again, looks like it could try to do something. All right, let's check in on the flooding threat as well. This back over in Savannah, Georgia right now. This is a live shot at Liberty Street and Whittaker Street. We've had a couple of vehicles nearly stranded over the last 15 to 20 minutes. Looks like the camera is lagging. Let me just refresh it real quick. There you go. So again, you can see the floodwaters have been rising. We do not have a flash flood warning currently in effect for Savannah, Georgia. But with that said, there is legitimately flooding ongoing. I don't know why they didn't issue a flash flood warning here, but nonetheless, you can see how high the water is already getting. It's at least a few inches off the ground. It's definitely possible that, again, cars get stranded here as the waters continue to rise. Back over near Whittaker Road. This is in downtown Savannah, Georgia. Still a lot of rain falling. Bottom right of your screen. The flooding threat is expected to increase as well over the next few hours. All right, let's go back over to
south. We're going to take that
live radar. But again, that's what we're looking at back over near Savannah. We did actually have a tornado warning before we went live east of Savannah, and I do think there was at least a brief tornado that touched down, but that is an area that we're keeping an eye on still for at least a low chance for damaging winds. The tornado threat, I do think, is much lower to 0 in this area. This is also inside of our tornado warning right now, back over in Iowa. The traffic has actually come to a standstill. So this is inside of our tornado warning in Iowa. This is on I-80, back over near Brooklyn and Victor. And the traffic has basically stalled out here. It is very slow moving. There's also a couple people pulled over. Obviously, it's hard to tell whether we actually have something right now in terms of a lowering, because we don't have a direct view of it, I don't think, right now. There was a funnel cloud report relayed a little while ago near Alexander, Iowa. That was about 42 minutes ago, though, but look at the traffic in this area. This back over to Ryan Scholl, who's on our storm in northern Nebraska. I'm going to see if we can get a camera that's right on this tornado warning as well. Give me 1 second. See if there's any view of the storm itself.
I'm not going to crash with this dude.
Is at least a view of something. I'm going to try to pull up this camera. Give me 1 second. It's near Brooklyn.
There's like 3 separate flies on my dash right now.
W for the flies.
Okay.
This is a very top right of your screen. That's the closest thing that we can currently see, it seems like, inside of this tornado warning. This is a camera right just to the south of Brooklyn. And again, the hook echo now is just crossing over I-80. It's a low precip supercell, so generally speaking, it's going to probably be, if we have a tornado, photogenic, which means that it's fairly visible. We don't obviously have a view of that right now, but this is one of the closest cameras, particularly to this tornado warning that we're currently looking at. So that's bottom left of your screen. But again, the hook echo is right over I-80. The velocities have gotten broader over the last few minutes. If we have a tornado, it would be going into Gerstny and then eventually approaching Deep River, Iowa. So continue to stay in your safe place. Also, back over near Iowa City, we have a hail threat ongoing right now. The hail is actually getting larger. You can see the reflectivity values. They are increasing on the west side of Iowa City. So be ready for the potential for some significant hail going into Iowa City over the next few minutes. Could be as large as ping pong balls to maybe even up to golf ball sized hail. That is also tracking towards West Liberty and as well as West Branch. Back over in Illinois, we got a bunch of storms going up right now. We actually got a few, one south of DeKalb and then another one east of Rockford. These aren't super organized storms, but I think as they continue to track to the east, the tornado threat could increase a little bit. Generally speaking, though, I think the biggest concern out of these storms will be damaging winds and large hail. The storm that was south of Rochelle and DeKalb, that one was a storm that had a tornado possible label on it at one point. Obviously no longer does, but it is producing hail as large as the size of golf balls. Also, there was a report back over in West Brooklyn, Iowa out of the storm that up to 6-inch diameter limbs are down near Brooklyn Road on Route 30. There's also cornfields that have had corn blown at 35 to 40 degree angles. So a little bit of an interesting thing there. Also, Ryan Scholl has a really good view of the storm still in northern Nebraska. This is, again, a storm that could become surface-based here soon.
But again, this storm is very intense.
I do think this one has a long-term tornado potential. I think short-term it's going to struggle, but long-term, if that stationary boundary can lift far enough to the north, we may see that wind shear really kick up and increase.
I don't feel like playing with the hail today because I'd rather keep my windshield.
By the way, the tornado warning that we currently have active, it only includes Pasheet County, Iowa now. We only have one county in that warning for the time being. Jeff Tashino with the $10 super chat.
Hail is definitely possible.
Sioux City, Iowa, anything to worry about? I think Sioux City, I'd be mostly worried about hail and wind. There is a chance for an isolated tornado. This storm here is inside of our tornado watch.
Again, I'll probably say that multiple times, but it's weird running around on these roads I've driven on how many times in my life. It's very, very weird.
This is in our tornado watch. Again, it's just going to depend on how fast that warm front essentially can lift to the north.
It's so weird to me.
Also, the other storms in Iowa, I do want to go back to radar real quick.
I
We have multiple storms rotating right now in Iowa. It's not just the one that's tornado warned. We have broad rotation on the storm that is just west of 92, east of Oskaloosa. We have another storm that is broadly rotating near Albaya, I think, and then also another one that's broadly rotating near Oskaloosa. So we got 3 different storms actually on top of the tornado warned storm that are currently rotating. The one near Iowa City may have a little bit of broad rotation as well. I don't think it's anywhere near enough for a tornado warning, but it is just something we're going to be keeping an eye on. But again, multiple storms are rotating right now in southeastern Iowa, and we also have more storms going up off to the north of those, back over near Waterloo, Independence, and Dyersville, excuse me. None of these currently severe, but we are watching for at least a low chance of a tornado. All these storms, once again, are low-topped storms. Back over in Madison, Wisconsin, we also have a severe storm that has gone up here. This is producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. I do think there is a potential for flash flooding in this area as well today. If we go over to our hydraulical outlook for today from the Weather Prediction Center, we do have a large slight risk of excessive rainfall that extends from Lincoln and Omaha all the way back into Chicago. So be ready for the potential of flooding over the next few hours. This is back over to Ryan Scholl. He has, again, just an unbelievable view here of the storm near
This is how it's
Pierce.
gonna roll out here, I guess.
No
Very,
wall
very
cloud
dark storm.
visible as of now. It's been broadly rotating. Clouds are definitely getting a little bit lower here as we go throughout time, but nothing imminent as of right now for a tornado. The storm is producing 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's right now located over Clearwater and Neligh.
I don't know. I think I'm going to turn around for a second.
Okay, we actually have flooding in Wisconsin. I'm going to pull that up in a second. We actually got some major flooding in Wisconsin right now. This is back over in, I think this is Madison, if I'm not mistaken. Flooding is, you can see all the water on the road here. It is getting high pretty quickly. So we got water on the roadway right now. Obviously, the flooding is a concern. We have no flash flood warning in effect in this area either right now, even though I think one is, or should be issued for this area. But definitely a little bit concerning. No flash flood warning once again. And then back over in Savannah, Georgia, it's kind of the same story. The water has receded quite a bit here, at least on this street, at Liberty Street and Whittaker Street, back over in Savannah, Georgia. But nonetheless, there is still flooding there. No flash flooding warning in effect for either of those areas. And then this is back over to Ryan Scholl on our storm near Plainview, Nebraska.
Are you kidding me?
Very ominous skies, huge rain shaft back there. You can see that like little white area inside of our rain shaft. That's actually a lot of the hail that is falling. Got a little hail shaft back in there.
We will not be doing anything with that one. Go up on this hill if we can.
Storm definitely looks crazy. Also, we got another view of this storm. This is from Mike DeLange, who has a view, possibly a lowering there.
Okay, we don't have to take it.
The audio's a little bit glitchy, but that right there in the middle, maybe a lowering.
It's probably hard to see on the stream, but there is.
Not sure why the audio's bugging out.
Definitely inflow that we're seeing streaming into the storm. You can see it rotate.
That's an area to watch for, though. A little lowering right there. Hey, Hayden, can I get a different link for Mike DeLange? See if the audio fixes.
So while we're waiting, let's take a quick moment just.
Also, this is inside, I believe, of our. This is inside of our tornado warning, I believe. This is on 218 in Iowa. 1 second to load. The wind's picked up a ton. It's back on ICUS 218 at Iowa 1. This actually might be Iowa City. I believe this is Iowa City. There's no location on this. This is Iowa City, though. Wind is picking up quite a bit. We actually have a severe warning here for Iowa City for ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Camera is shaking quite a bit right now. Yeah, this is Iowa City.
So, that's fun.
It looks like Shoal has a little bit of very minor flooding. Flooding is a concern again today in Iowa. I can't stress it enough. There's only a slight risk of excessive rainfall, but it is entirely possible that we get flooding today in Iowa. Definitely one of the concerns. Obviously, that's not really flooding. Flooding, that's just like a big puddle, but I would anticipate that flooding will become a bigger concern over the next few hours. One area that flooding is definitely becoming a concern right now is back over in Wisconsin. There's a ton of people driving here. This is, again, downtown Madison, Wisconsin. East Washington Avenue. And again, a lot of people currently are driving on this roadway, and there's no flash flood warning. Once again, you can see all the rain that's falling here on the bottom right of your screen. It's a storm that's not moving very fast. It's moving east at about 20-25 miles per hour. But again, flooding is becoming a problem here as well. It's pretty minor so far, but I would anticipate it will get worse as we continue to go throughout this afternoon and also into the evening hours. Also, there's a report from this particular storm that pictures from social media are indicating that numerous large branches are down across the town. That is in Waunakee, Wisconsin. That is just off to the west of Madison. So we are at least getting some minor damage reports from the storm.
It might be.
Back over to the storm in northern Nebraska. Actually, let me go back to the Iowa storm real quick. This one is back over in Iowa City. Give it a second to load because it's glitched.
We're pretty much... Yeah, it's still outflow dominant like crazy. This thing needs to accelerate if it wants to produce. I mean, it would need to accelerate quite a bit here.
Might be typical for Madison, but we have a lot of traffic that is backed up right now. This back over on I-39, 90, 94, County T. This could be because of flooding, but it also might just be because of it being rush hour. It's obviously 5:30 right now, but anybody living in Madison, let me know. I mean, I'm obviously not from Madison, but I would have to assume that this is probably just normal traffic, if I had to guess. All right, let me go back over to... This is back over to Mike Delange, who is currently on the storm that is in northern Nebraska. This thing is starting to at least look a little bit more organized when it comes to a tornado threat. Hasn't gotten to the point where a tornado warning is needed at this point, but it is definitely trying to organize. Mike is going through some low single area. Let me go back over to Shoal for the time being. We're trying to fix his audio as well.
I see a really interesting, like, lowering type thing right over there. Not exactly sure what it is either. It'd be right over the trees.
Thank you, Nick, and as well as Max for becoming members. Welcome to the Velocities.
There's a lot of motion in there. Is that a shelf or what? I don't even know if that looks like a shelf. A lot of motion back there, though.
Also, they have just I believe they let the... I don't know when the tornado warning ended. I forgot to change the thing over. But we no longer have a tornado warning in Iowa. We are back down to now normal severe thunderstorm warnings. We currently have 22 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. And we have, I don't think, any storms right now that are tornado possible. So we actually have no tornado possible storms right now, even though some of the storms are broadly rotating, especially back over here in Iowa. We have a little bit of weak rotation still, just to the south of Whatcheer, northeast of Hedrick. That is currently moving towards Fairfield, so that'll be something to keep an eye on as that continues to track down to the south. By the way, we did something new to the stream. If you didn't notice, my colors are different. They are different corresponding to exactly what the warning type is. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Tornado possible is orange, and then normal severe thunderstorm warning is just yellow. So we've changed the colors a little bit instead of it just being blue. I think it at least makes more sense. So let me know in the chat what you guys think about that. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Goodland in Kansas. You might think there's no storm here, and you're not wrong. There really isn't a storm here. We actually have a bunch of outflow boundaries that are producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour approaching Goodland, just to the west of Colby right now. Also, this is a live shot currently. This is Ryan Shoal.
This might be bad.
Ryan Shoal back over to the west of Woodland Park, Nebraska. This hail core is huge right now. He's coming up on this storm, which honestly I think has a chance of a tornado still.
Oh yeah, I already see it right there too, so. I already see a hail falling all the way back there. Do a little pull.
There's a hail shaft off to the right of where he is. Also, back over in Madison, Wisconsin, this is a live shot in Madison. Wind has begun to pick up a little bit. We have had a severe storm in Madison over the last few minutes, producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. That is, again, bottom right of your screen right now. Localized flooding has also become a problem in the downtown area of Madison. But you'll notice, again, the wind has been picking up a little bit. Heavy traffic also here on I-39 at the 90-94 interchange as well. And then this is in downtown where we've had flooding. You can see the water flowing a little bit on the left side of your screen, kind of on the bottom. There is a little bit of water flowing. Some people seem to be avoiding the right lane, more than likely because of the water rising. Overall, it does not look as significant as it was before, but there's still plenty of water on the roadways, which is definitely going to cause some problems. If you have any travel plans back over in Wisconsin over the next few hours, definitely be staying aware of the flooding risk that has been increasing here over the last several minutes. Also, we got a little update from Freddie McKinney.
Oh, yeah.
Freddie McKinney's back out chasing. This is back over.
All right, let's just go get our hotel, yada, yada, yada.
Over near Grand Island. The storm has actually begun to form. It looks like a little lowering, kind of where the orange tinges on the bottom left, kind of in the middle left of your screen there. Or maybe a little wall cloud trying to form there.
Oh, yeah.
This is back over near Grand Island in Nebraska. The storm currently producing ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a report of downed tree branches upwards of 7 to 8 inches in diameter.
That's good. What do you think? I think you guys need to keep being negative because it seems like when y'all do that.
There's also a wall cloud on the storm near Hampton, Iowa. I'm going to go over to that real quick.
Whoa.
There's a storm chaser back over in Hampton, Iowa. Might have been from earlier. No, actually, it's actually a storm that's falling apart right now. This is very interesting, though. We've had a wall cloud over the last few minutes on a storm north of Des Moines by quite a bit. This is near Hampton. This is a really tiny storm, but this thing was producing a wall cloud just a few minutes ago. And so, again, it will not take much, in my opinion, today for storms to produce tornadoes in Iowa. They're just going to be so low top. The potential for strong tornadoes or even large tornadoes is relatively low. So we're not really talking about much of a strong tornado potential in Iowa, but I do think the potential, at least for a couple of tornadoes, will exist. Obviously, right now, the majority of the storms that are actually scaled in size are mainly in southeastern Iowa right now, from Iowa City back into Albia. None of these currently are tornado warned. Only one of them is severe warned, but I do think the tornado potential is going to be increasing a little bit. We've had some broad rotation on the storm east of Hedrick. I do think the higher tornado threat, though, will be out of the storms that are currently forming mainly across northern and northeastern Iowa right now. And if we go over to the SPC outlook, the tornado risk outlined, you can see the 2% tornado risk is kind of cut off down here in southeastern Iowa. I do think the majority of any tornadoes that we see in Iowa today will obviously be on the western half of the state, or these low-top supercells over the next few hours may produce a potential for a couple of tornadoes. And we even have a 2% tornado risk that has actually expanded almost to include Chicago today. That is because of the storms that are currently upgoing right now from anywhere from Madison back towards Ottawa. Biggest concern for now is damaging winds and hail, but there is a chance for an isolated tornado threat. This is also a view. We actually have a view of at least a little lowering from Mike DeLange. He's currently looking at least at a lowering on the storm now in northern Nebraska. It's back over to Ryan Scholl also, who has the same storm here.
It's so dark I can see my headlights on the road, so it's even crazier to think.
Storm is still producing 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Storm definitely looks gnarly. The color change is perfect. I like the colors. Hey, Santa, for becoming a member. Clouds look pretty wild. Very turbulent cloud look. They're not, obviously a lot of time you have very flat clouds. These are all very raggedy and rough. It is an elevated storm still. It hasn't really gotten surface-based quite yet, but I think it's close to becoming surface-based. And if this storm does become surface-based, I do think a strong or even large tornado would be in play.
This is how dark it is right now. It looks like the sun's starting to set out here. Yeah, I'd want to keep my...
It's definitely pretty dark. Also, this is back over to... Let me go to Freddie McKinney. He's on the storm near Grand Island.
No, but...
A little wall cloud forming there on that storm. Back over in Grand Island.
It's not good, dude. I didn't mean to. That's not good. I didn't mean to. Dude,
Guys, I'm gonna steal you for a second. I want to show you guys our satellite here once again.
There's
Because
a
our
little wall
storm,
cloud there. We're keeping
this
an eye
southern
on.
storm right here is the one where
Also, I was going to show you guys this. This is the significant tornado parameter values. I use this literally all the time because I think it's a pretty good indication of where our greatest tornado threat is going to reside. This right here gives you an idea, though, where our greatest threat is over the next few hours, and you can see the corridor. It's actually pretty large, at least in Nebraska, where our values are upwards of 4, 5, and even 6 in some spots today. Back over in Iowa, northwest Illinois, and southwest Wisconsin, the values are anywhere from about 1 to 2. Obviously not nearly as high, but we do have an environment there that is capable of producing the potential for a few tornadoes. So something to keep an eye on. Again, all the storms for the most part in the Midwest today are low top supercells that are capable of really more than anything on the weaker side of tornadoes. And then back over in Nebraska, that is where I think there's a better chance of even strong tornadoes today, especially back over to the west and north there of Omaha over the next few hours. It's really going to come down to storm mode with these storms today, but generally speaking, if storms can stay discreet, there will be a higher chance of tornadic activity. We've had some storms that have been kind of splitting off out in front of our little discrete cell near Grand Island, so that's something that we need to keep an eye on. But right now, the storm near Grand Island, for the most part, is a wind and hail threat. Not seeing any rotation as of now, even though we have at least seen a little lowering developing over the last few minutes. You can still see that there on the right side of your screen.
Just gotta get a little bit further east, because the better environment
trending up on satellite. We're starting to see more of those deeper reds on infrared.
Good. Now that's good to see.
It does look decent on satellite as well.
That's a good sign. If the updraft can get robust enough, too, that could also spur things on here.
Does Riley work alongside with in the same studio? He does
Approaching
not.
Grand Island.
Gotta take what we can get, though.
So at least for the time being, hail threat for the Grand Island area here. Greater Grand Island area.
This is a
here.
pretty incredible shot from Mike DeLange, who is underneath the supercell back over in northern Nebraska.
Okay. Find some things here.
A live shot there. He also has a hail crack. I don't think that's from today's storm, but this storm is producing 2-inch sized hail. So it's possible. Hey, Neo, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. Windshield is chalked.
It still is something, though.
Just plants. Just plants, yeah. Right there.
It's back over at
Yeah.
Grand Island.
By the way, Garrett, let me know if you want me to hand you the phone at any point.
So we got a little lowering off there to the right.
Dude, I just said that.
Also got Connor Croft coming up on the same storm.
Honestly, your guys' storm is so close to that boundary. If they can latch onto it and get into that better moisture, I think you can do it. I mean, I can still flip around and get it, but I guarantee as soon as I flip around, it's going to die, so.
I agree, by the way. This storm is very close to a boundary. You can see it bottom right of your screen. I'm going to kind of outline it, but that is our boundary. We actually have a couple different ones. But if this storm can somehow latch this boundary, the tornado threat would definitely be very high on this storm. At least temporarily, it's not very high, but it does have a potential for sure.
I do like that whatever base this is very rain-free. So that's a positive here.
Also very, yeah, it's also a very photogenic
You
storm.
gotta look for positives.
On the other hand, this is the very different storm in northern
Creepy-looking
Nebraska
storm.
that is still elevated.
Creepy.
So there's crazy clouds right now. Still producing
We're gonna go
2-inch
probably
sized hail,
hold it
60
until
mile
they're
per
here.
hour winds.
That way we can decide where exactly we want to go.
What do you think
Yeah,
Arkansas is
definitely
going to get storms?
recycling
I don't think
right now.
Arkansas is going to see many storms today. Where's Riley? He is here. He just got here.
Holy cannoli.
It's also from Mike DeLange on the same storm. Very ominous skies, as I've already alluded to. Not really tornadic as of right now, just very turbulent skies at this exact moment.
It just doesn't stop out here, man. Nebraska never, ever, ever, ever disappoints. Ever. Well, not. It sometimes does, but not usually.
Fix Mike again. Hey, Bob for the $20 super chat. Thanks for all you do, Max. My wife is headed to South Dakota Saturday, and
I'd be okay
they're
if
next
this kinda
Wednesday, or
pushes south
through
and
next
northward.
Wednesday. Things settling down for our trip, it looks like. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to stay calm up there. I do think the weather pattern is going to favor an active weather. I think it's going to continue to stay active up there for the next few weeks, even though it might be at least slightly quieter for maybe the late weekend. I do think Tuesday, Wednesday have chances to have severe weather up there. It's not locked in, though, yet.
Nice giant grain silo.
I'll have to wait and see. But I definitely think there's still a chance of severe weather up there. Hey, also, Amber, for the $10 super chat. What do you think about stuff in Port Washington, Wisconsin this evening? Well, I think across the board in Wisconsin, really the greatest corridor for severe weather will be in southern Wisconsin. Right now, we literally only have one severe storm that's basically paralleling I-94. That's produced localized flooding, and then on top of that, it's also producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. But in the long term, I think we're going to see a couple more storms fire up, mainly back over here in southwest Wisconsin and also eastern Iowa. These are the ones that need to be monitored for a potential for tornadoes. I think generally speaking, the tornado threat is low across southern Wisconsin. We may see another storm try to organize. We got one right now ongoing just to the south of Dodgeville that just went up. If this thing can materialize, I do think the tornado threat could increase as that continues to move east, as it is a discrete storm. Outside of Chicago, we got a bunch of storms right now. They are very clustered. None of these are severe right now, none of them are tornado warned, but they are still producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. That is moving towards Algonquin, eventually going towards Waukegan, Evanston, and Chicago, and then a couple other storms just to the west of our radar site near Morse, and also just to the west of Aurora, mainly with a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat and up to ping-pong ball-sized hail is a possibility. Also, the hail threat back over in Nebraska on this storm has been observed. So we at least have a 2-inch sized hail, which is the size of limes or eggs, that is currently falling out of the sky just to the south of Plainview. That is going to be approaching Pierce, Hadar, and Woodland Park here over the next few minutes. And that is this storm that we've been watching for quite a while now. That has looked pretty crazy this entire time. Ryan Scholl has already mentioned that he might drive through the hail core. We'll have to wait and see, but at least for now, he's on the outskirts of it. That white area that you can see, that like area that we see the rain falling, the rain shaft, that's actually a hail shaft back in there. We got a bunch of hail falling back in there. In the middle of your screen.
Yeah, I would say pretty ugly right now.
Also, the storm near Grand Island, Nebraska was just upgraded to golf ball sized hail. So that is this storm right here that Connor Croft and Freddie McKinney are currently approaching back over near Grand Island, which had a little wall cloud attempt right now, not really producing any rotation on radar. It's still really to the north of our boundaries. If this storm can latch to one of the boundaries, we may see a higher tornado risk in the near future, but at least for now, tornado threat is on the low side for that storm. But that is one of the ones that we need to keep an eye on. And again, the peak of this tornado threat today is basically from now until about 9 o'clock. So we got about 3.5 hours for this, for the highest tornado threat. It's back over to Ely.
You gotta watch the storm come through.
In northeastern Nebraska. That storm's bottom right of your screen. They go over to Freddie McKinney as well. He's coming up on the storm near Grand Island.
A new tornado warning
well, I guess
has
we're
been
not going to do
issued.
that. All right, we have a new tornado warning. This is going to be back over in Iowa. So we have a new tornado warning for Dubuque and Delaware counties in Iowa. That is why. Pretty strong rotation actually right now, just to the north of Dyersville. So if you're near New Vienna, if you're near Luxembourg, south of Holy Cross, going towards Farley and Epworth, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. The strongest area of rotation is located about a mile or two to the west of New Vienna, and this will be coming right into Dyersville here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Storm is moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. This is Dubuque County, as well as Delaware counties in eastern Iowa. So again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. That is right now near 52. That is currently tracking to the southeast right now. So this is another one of those low top supercells that we've already alluded to today that could produce the potential for a tornado, and I definitely think this one has a chance of producing a tornado as it moves towards Farley and Epworth. Centralia, and again, just west of Dubuque, are in the path of this right now. The last few scans are definitely showing a pretty strong area of at least convergence. Don't have a tight couplet yet, but it is at least rotating. Probably to some degree a wall cloud right now. Also, Ryan Scholl has a crazy view again of the storm. He's a little bit out in front of it, back over near Neely, I think, Nebraska. This one has tried to become surface-based, has not yet. By the way, the population inside of this tornado warning is 11,000.
22 miles. 22 miles.
About 11,500 people inside of the tornado warning.
22 miles. Like, are you kidding me? $22 miles.
Hey, Colin, for the $10 super chat. You explained the storm that caused the Texas flooding was the notorious storm seeding. I made a rant on Twitter today.
I don't know. We'll see.
All about that.
Let's see if we can find a spot to pull
apparently
off
everybody
here.
thinks it's weather modification, all this other stuff. It really isn't. It's literally just the fact that we had... I'll give you the meteorological reasoning. You can believe whatever you want to if you believe in weather modification, but it had nothing to do with that. It literally was the remnants of a tropical storm that was Tropical Storm Barry in the Southwest Gulf, and it was a very slow-moving storm system, made it into Texas. We had a lot of moisture in Texas. We had a mesoscale convective vortex. We had multiple of those over the span of like 3 days that all basically were very slow moving. And you might wonder, why were they so slow moving and why do we have so much moisture? We had a lot of moisture because of there being a tropical storm. And on top of that, the storms were so slow moving because we don't have a jet stream in Texas. The upper level winds and the steering that just didn't exist in Texas. And this is very typical for July. So generally speaking, if again, you can believe whatever you want, but like it literally is just stupid, the arguments that were being made. Some people are saying, oh, the CEO came out and said that cloud seeding happened. Okay, if it was 2 days in advance, then it won't matter because cloud seeding lasts like 1 or 2 hours if you're doing it, and it's very small scale stuff, and it can barely enhance rainfall. It barely does anything. So yes, I'll say cloud seeding exists. It does. It's existed for like 60 years, but it's so overdrawn. People blow it out of proportions.
Antelope County is going to be moving to Madison County.
It literally sickens me that we had over 100 people die, and people are saying it's all because of weather modification. It's so stupid. It's the most sickening thing ever, and people are profiting off of it because they're like, oh, you know, I can go out there and just say this thing happened and it didn't.
All right.
So stupid.
I'll keep you updated as much as possible, Gabby. I promise you. See you later. I'll talk to you as much as I can.
All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one of the things also about that flood is this actually isn't a completely unusual flood for the area. There's been a little bit of talk about how it was a 1 in 1,000-year rainfall event. That is true. However, this flood has happened worse 2 times before in the area, and weather comparable as well a few other times. Unfortunately, this is just one of the situations where in a dry environment like this, when a flash flood does happen, people aren't prepared for it because they're used to a very, very small flood. This flood was 1,000 times bigger than a lot of the year's worst flood or the previous year's worst floods. Although it is a stream that's capable of flooding like this, people sort of just forget about it because it doesn't happen that often. Back in 1989, we had a flood just barely worse than this, and we've already forgotten about that in the area, and that's why we saw some of the results that we did out of the Texas area.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, again, this was obviously it was somewhat of a rare flooding event, but generally speaking, again, July and even August, we have flooding events like this all the time. I think some people just kind of forget about it, and obviously this was one of the most significant flood events we've had in a long time, like when it comes to a non-tropical system in Texas. So obviously, people were caught off guard, but again, there were flood watches in effect hours in advance and all that sort of stuff. And unfortunately, you know, just worst case scenario basically happened there in areas just outside of Austin, Texas. So that was obviously the worst flooding event, though, that we've had in quite a while. But again, none of it has to do with what people are trying to claim it to be. It's absolutely ridiculous. Back to our tornado warning. I do want to point out, somebody did say in the chat there's a CC drop. This is not a CC drop. That is actually, well, it is a CC drop, but it's for hail. So that is not our tornado. Last few radar scans have showed at least somewhat broader rotation over New Vienna, Iowa. That is moving into Dyersville over the next few minutes. So again, if you're in Dyersville, Iowa, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This will be approaching Farley and as well as Epworth. So get to your safe place if you are in those areas. This is back over northern Nebraska. This is Ryan Scholl. This is back over on the storm that is still producing 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds west of Pierce. The tornado potential for now is low, but it's getting awfully close to that warm front, and if it gets any closer, this thing could try to get a little bit more interesting here soon.
Thunderstorm warning.
This is also back over to Mike Delange, who's also on this storm. So he's kind of underneath it. The winds are starting to pick up where he is. There is a decent amount of lightning on this storm as well. Huge shelf cloud,
This
and
thing's
it
just absolutely
looks
nuts.
gnarly. That is issued a new severe warning for golf ball sized hail. That does include Pierce and Tilden.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning in Iowa. This one is going to be back over in Cerro Gordo County in Iowa. That is going to be for... Let's see, that's Clear Lake. Oh, look at that. This is all the way back up near Mason City. So far to the north of Des Moines, near Clear Lake, another tornado warning. This is a small little storm that has gone up over the last few minutes. Tight area of rotation right over Clear Lake, Iowa. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building that is going right down I-35 right now, going towards Swadale and Rockwell. So those are the areas in the immediate path of this particular tornado warned storm. There is a singular camera in Clear Lake that may have something, but I don't see anything yet, but if it has anything, we'll definitely go to it. But again, strongest area of rotations on the south side of Clear Lake. It is in a little bit of a radar hole, so it might be a little bit contaminated, but with it being a low top supercell in a favorable environment, I do think that this does deserve a tornado warning. The latest scan is now showing it on the south side of Clear Lake that is basically paralleling I-35. It's going to be coming down towards Birchnall as well as Cameron over the next few minutes. The tornado warning west of Dubach has just been updated. It is still radar indicated. Rotation is still on the broad side of things right now near New Vienna, south of Luxembourg, going into Dyersville in about 4 minutes or so, and then approaching Farley in about 15 minutes. So those are the areas that are in the immediate path here of this potential tornado. Wow. Look at this storm.
Me? Oh my gosh.
Structure is absolutely insane.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh, dude.
Right next to a cornfield. How fitting.
Gotta get a bit more. It's raining a lot. Oh my gosh. Going beast mode here. Heading right for Norfolk. Lots of lightning as well.
Looking for a couple cameras right now back over near Mason City in Clear Lake. That's what I'm doing right now.
Things rolling in quick. Somewhat quick.
Unbelievable structure. Again, this is in northern Nebraska.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Somebody just said that's corny. There's no way we're saying that in 2025. What an insane shelf cloud. Storm's warned for golf ball sized hail, and that's it. That's all it's warned for right now. The structure shot is just unbelievable.
Wowza.
Just a corny stream? Oh my goodness. You ban the word corny. Huge shout out to Angela with the $100 PayPal donation. W's in the chat for Angela saying, thank you, Max, for keeping us informed. Really appreciate that. W's in the chat for Angela. That was way too kind. Really appreciate the support.
Wow.
This storm, by the way, does have a lowering. Mike Delange has had occasional little lowerings on this storm. None of them have looked tornadic, but this storm actually does still have a chance of a tornado. I think right now, again, it is just an environment where, again, it's still elevated, but if it can get out of the, if it can keep going south and east, it's going to get closer to that warm frontal boundary, going towards Norfolk and Nebraska.
This is nuts, dude.
And this thing definitely still has a chance at a tornado. It's just going to take some time, I think. By the way, tornado warning west of
my
Dubach.
gosh.
If we go back to live radar, the tornado warning west of Dubach, over near Dyersville, Iowa. The rotation is still on the broad side of things. It is still a discrete cell moving down to the south-southeast, and then further off to the north near Mason City. This storm has been rotating for quite some time. The strongest rotation is over I-35. That is going down to the south towards Swadale and Rockwell. So if you're in any of those areas, stay weather aware. This is a discrete cell in a fairly rural area as of right now. The most populated area is Clear Lake. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning.
There's a little bit of rotation, but not a lot. Oh my lord. Oh, I gotta get out of the car real quick.
Mike Delange is right underneath this thing. See how scuddy the skies are right now. It's just so rough underneath this thing. Hey, Rocket for the $10 super chat. No problem at all. Appreciate the super chat. I was originally not going to say anything about the entire, like, cloud seeding thing, because I thought it was only a couple people, and then it just turned into this really big thing for some reason. I literally thought it's so typical to see random stuff like this, but it literally got out of control. By the way, just north of Savannah, we've had upwards of 10 inches of rain estimated by radar back over to the north of Savannah, Georgia. In far southern South Carolina, west of Hilton Head Island. Still an unbelievable storm here. Also, this is Mike. This is Connor on the storm near Grand Island in Nebraska. So this is southern Nebraska. Maybe. Alright, maybe not. I'll be back to him in a second. Try to go to him again. So this is back over in Nebraska. This is the southern Nebraska storm near Grand Island. This storm in particular right now isn't really tornadic, but notice the motion of it. It is moving to the east, and it's trying to catch up to this outflow boundary. And if it's able to, there will be a more elevated tornado threat. For now, it's golf ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, not really rotating. But again, as this continues to track east, it'll probably catch up to this outflow boundary. And if it does, we'll have the potential for a potential significant tornado. We have another storm that also just went up just to the south of Kearney, Nebraska. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. That is heading towards Minden and Hastings. Also, a severe storm has just gone up over near Humphrey and Madison. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And then this is the storm that Shoal is on right now that is just producing an unbelievable shelf cloud, in addition to damaging winds up to, no damaging winds actually anymore, but it is producing golf ball-sized hail. Our two tornado warnings in Iowa have been, so far, again, mostly just, you know, broad rotation. Haven't had anything crazy. The one near New Vienna and Dyersville has gotten broader over the last few minutes. If we had a tornado, it would be on the northeast side of Dyersville, moving towards Farley and Epworth, and then near Mason City, Iowa, which is far northern Iowa. Broad rotation currently just south of Clear Lake. That is going to be coming up on Birchinell over the next few minutes. It's back over to Ryan Shoal near Norfolk in Nebraska.
No warning either. I'm so confused. I think the sirens went off just because of it was a dangerous storm, that's normal. Yeah, there's definitely no tornado on the ground. I mean, I'm looking right at it.
What a crazy storm.
Yeah, there's no tornado warning. Is there? No, there's not. There's not. Bye.
Take a look at western Kansas. There's a lot of outflow boundaries that are producing damaging winds out there.
There's no tornado warning, chat. Why did we get EAS on this? Why? Huh? There's definitely there's definitely some stuff going on the leading edge there, but like, this is not tornado. This is no tornado. Oh, shouldn't even need a tornado warning right now. Hey, Uncle Sam. I gotta put you guys back up here for a second, just so I can record stuff. But
Pretty crazy. They need to bear for the 14 months. Also, quick update back over in Illinois. We got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing west of Chicago. None of these tornadic. They're all outflow dominant, but damaging winds between 60 to 70 miles per hour and hail up to the size of $half, maybe even ping pong balls, is a possibility as this area of storms continues to track towards the Chicago suburbs. So stay weather aware. Tornado risk isn't zero. It's just low as of right now. Also near Dixon, we actually had a report of 2-inch sized hail at about 4:27 p.m. So there actually has been some significant hail at times out of these supercells. Also, back over in, we have a couple updates. Back over in South Carolina, there was major flooding ongoing. We have had no flash flood warnings, but we've had rainfall totals estimated by radar as high as 10 inches back over near Levy. Look at that. Upwards of 10 inches of rain has fallen over there. We had cars that were nearly stranded back over in Savannah. Other thing I want to point out is that we had a lightning strike that caused a house fire back over on Hydro Lane. That is over in Sangaree in South Carolina. That report came in within the last hour. So heads up, lightning obviously a big concern with any storms that are ongoing today. And on top of that, there is a chance for house fires in some cases out of these storms. Over in Raleigh, North Carolina, we also have a new severe warning here. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving towards Clayton, Wilson's Mills, and Wendell. Let's go back over to Nebraska.
no tornado warning though. Huh. I don't know what's going on here.
Thank you, Hunter, for the super chat. Any chances for storms in southeastern Minnesota? There is definitely a chance, but I think the biggest concern, if anything forms up there, will be wind and hail. I think most of the storms will stay down to your south until late this evening. Thank you, Noodle, for becoming a member. House fires and rain kind of feels weird to me. Well, keep in mind, we can get home fires, and it might not even be raining in some areas, because lightning can strike away from storms, even cloud ground lightning. So...
Okay, I don't know why my turn signal. Why is my turn signal on? Didn't even realize. Can I still do the southwest is tornado possible?
Hey, April May for the super chat.
This is a whole entire mess now.
I don't know what you're talking about. Shout out to Karen with the 5 gifted. Appreciate that. You gotta get to membership, make sure to thank Karen in the chat. Thank you, Hugh, for the super chat. Thanks for keeping us weather aware, Max. You and your team are highly appreciated. Appreciate that, Hugh.
Oh my gosh.
Got a huge shove cloud coming in right now. Also, this is back over to Freddie McKinney. He's near Grand Island, Nebraska.
No, it's coming, chat.
What's going on
See
here?
how it's coming? It's falling right there.
That is super cool.
Is that just a huge rain shower?
Yeah, it's condensed all the way down
They just issued a new severe warning on this
Yeah,
storm
nice
for
web
Grand
off of
Island.
that.
That's the tallest
60
ledge
mile
I've
per
ever
hour
seen.
winds and
And now
quarter-sized
it's
hail.
about ready to be on the ground.
Jamestown 2.8. Oh, little noodle to the left, satellite.
It literally just dumped a ton
And
of
there
rain.
it goes. It's all the way down.
It's a reverse noodle.
And it's
going up.
That actually, I haven't been listening to them, but it actually might be a microburst. Yeah, I think that might be a microburst. All
I
that
could've sworn
water
I
coming
said
down that
that.
fast at once is probably a microburst.
Chad. Hold on. Now do it. For you, Chad.
And now I guess we're looking at a flower.
Brandon, to me, to you.
Do you have any bottles of water?
I do.
Yeah, pop the trunk.
Yeah, right there in the middle, though, I believe might be a microburst. That's near, again, Grand Island in
constantly peeing.
Nebraska.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning in Iowa.
It wants to pull the boundary.
We got another tornado warning in Iowa. This one will be for Jackson and Jones counties in Iowa. So a completely different storm this time. Actually, our rotation developing near Center Point. That might be the new tornado warning. We also have rotation north of Fairfield. So there's still a couple of storms that are rotating. So again, a bunch of storms going up right now in Iowa. All these are low-top supercells. They're kind of messy, but anything that can stay a bit more discreet may produce a tornado. The new tornado warning is a little bit further to the east of what I was just talking about. This is near Monticello and south at Cascade. So area of rotation and convergence right now east of Monticello. That's coming up on 136 and will be approaching 61 over the next few minutes. North of Center Junction and also north of Onslow. So get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are inside of this tornado warning. Further off to the north, there's also an area of very weak rotation that's been trying to develop outside of our northern tornado warning. That is back to the west to Duboc, so we're keeping an eye on that. And then back over near Cedar Rapids, there's at least some weak rotation that has tried to develop on the storm near Cedar Point. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for a tornado warning, but just south of Center Point, near I-380, moving towards Cedar Rapids, that has the potential to produce a tornado at some point. There's at least a little weak mezzo that has developed on that supercell. And with any of these storms that are going up right now, I mean, they're probably almost undoubtedly at least going to have a lowering, even though the environment is not super capable of, again, big tornadoes. We can still see the potential for, at least a few tornadoes in this environment as we have enough wind shear. And then on top of that, there is, I don't know what I was going to say. I just ran out of my thought. Let me think about that again. Let me go back over to, let's go over to Shoal, maybe? Or actually, let me go over to Mike. Mike is underneath the storm in northern Nebraska. Is it Dubuque?
Yeah, great.
All right, Mike has low signal. Let me go back over to Shoal.
It's got a little bit of rotation, maybe on the leading edge.
Dubuque, gotcha.
Got flies flying around my car. Keep tracking this. Back east here.
Thank you, Lisa, for the $20 super chat. Thank you for educating the public on all things weather, especially the truth versus fiction. Appreciate that, Lisa. Thank you for the super chat. Also, thank you, Travis, for the $10 super chat.
On our backside.
There's a big truck show apparently in Walcott, Iowa. Let's see what's popping over there. Walcott, Iowa. Got some storms nearby. I mean, there could be some lightning, so if you hear the thunder roars, go indoors. But otherwise, nothing tornadic in that area as of right now. I think the tornado threat will probably peak within the next hour or two back over near Davenport as the storms continue to track down to the south. These are all, again, low-top supercells, and we've seen many of them a lot of these are rotating. A lot of them have wall clouds, but, again, not all of them are going to be tornadic. We've had a few in very far southeastern Iowa that have tried to rotate, but they're very clustered together, and there's also less wind shear down here, so they're kind of running out of steam. The ones that are back over near Cedar Rapids, though, these ones are kind of in their most favorable environment right now. We've had some broad rotation near Center Point. The tornado warning that was just issued is near Cascade, which we've definitely had, at times, stronger rotation. No debris signature as of right now, so no confirmed tornado, but you can see that little evident hook echo and inflow notch going into the storm. That'll be coming up towards E17 and then eventually tracking towards Maquita over here in eastern Iowa and then west of Dubuque. This storm that has been tornado warned is much broader for rotation, mainly because we have a storm merger coming out of the west. So the tornado threat temporarily is lower on this tornado warning, but it is going to probably still continue as a tornado warning as there's at least some broad rotation. We've had some weak rotation trying to develop just outside of Dubuque as well, but none of those have really gotten to the point where they're tornadic. Then back over in Wisconsin and Illinois, we've not had anything really rotating yet. There's a little cell that has gone up just to the west of Dodgeville. Let me see if we have a closer radar site. West of Dodgeville, we had a little discrete cell that has gone up here over the last 30 minutes or so. And this one may become tornadic at some point as it continues to track towards Mount Horeb and Verona. And then back over near Chicago, nothing, again, severe other than the 60-mile-per-hour winds going towards Schwamberg and Algonquin. I think the tornado threat, again, for Chicago is pretty low. Not zero, but it is definitely on the lower side of things. I do think the storm near Grand Island, it's going to take some time, but I do think it's trying to catch up to this outflow boundary, and I do think the tornado threat will gradually increase with this storm as it moves towards Stromsburg and as well as Central City. It is 6 o'clock right now, and again, I do think the peak of this tornado threat is from really about right now up until 9 o'clock. So it has a good 3-hour window where we will have a potential for maybe a strong or even large tornado. It's conditional, but as of now, the storm is still a little bit more outflow dominant than it needs to be by about 4 miles or so between the outflow boundary and also where we would have a hook echo. So as of right now, it's still mostly a wind and hail threat, but at some point in the near future, it could produce the potential for a tornado. This is what the storm looks like right now. That's back over near Grand Island in Nebraska.
Some pretty intense outflow.
This is Connor Croft.
He's ingesting fries from a mag.
Pretty elevated as of right now, as we've kind of alluded
guys,
to.
we're dropping south right now just to get it away from the river. Yeah, Wilcox is all the way down there. It is discreet, but it's probably in like 50 temperature dew point spreads. At least.
It's also back over to Ryan Scholl. Structure on the storm near Woodland and as well as Pierce has been much crazier than the one down near Grand Island.
Holy crap, dude! Hold on, can I have a little
Hey, Karen for the $10 super chat. How's Omaha, Nebraska look this evening? I think damaging winds and hail are the biggest concerns. There is a conditional chance for a tornado, though.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Which is still pretty crazy up here. Sitting on Ryan Scholl.
Nebraska.
Des Moines for tonight? I said Des Moines. Des Moines for tonight. Des Moines mainly going to be a wind threat. It'll probably be after sunset. There's a low chance of a tornado, but every low-top supercell that we've had in Iowa so far has been in far eastern Iowa. Got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is going to be back over in Illinois, eastern Iowa, and also southern Wisconsin, mentioning the isolated potential of wind and hail and perhaps a brief tornado. This does include Chicago, also near Dubuque. Davenport is also in that. Very small sliver of southern Wisconsin. And to be honest, we still have a low threat of severe weather even back up into southern Wisconsin. There is a 2% tornado risk still in place for most of those areas. So continue to stay weather aware if you're in that particular area. Wow. Back over near Pearson, Norfolk in Nebraska. The storm's been broadly rotating for quite some time. It's not been anywhere near producing a tornado, but the structure's been pretty incredible on this. Ryan Scholl's opening the door. And it's
oh my gosh. This thing is nuts. There's a million flies in my car still. Opening my door.
Has a cartoonish voice. By the way, so far this year, Iowa has had a very below average year for tornadoes.
Okay.
Believe it or not, we've had, I'm pretty sure we've had under 10 tornadoes. I don't know the exact number, but it's been very low for tornado count in Iowa this year. We had one event in Iowa that had basically anything. We actually had a tornado emergency earlier this year back over east of Omaha. Had a bunch of tornadoes that day. And that was really the only day that we've had tornadoes for the most part in the state of Iowa. Iowa's been one of the quietest states for severe weather out of anywhere in the Midwest or Northern Plains. So... new severe thunderstorm warning. This does include Dubuque in eastern Iowa. That it'll be for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. There's also a tornado possible label on this. There is still some broad rotation right now just outside of Dubuque near 20. There's also another broad area of circulation south of Richardsville. These are both tracking to the southeast as of right now. We still have 3 tornado warnings in effect. The one west of Dubuque goes for about 11 more minutes. The other one that is south of Cascade, which does have a hook echo, this one goes for 40 more minutes. No tornado as of right now, but we do have a broad area of rotation approaching 136 going towards Baldwin, and the other one's near Mason City. That is really falling apart. I don't think they're going to continue the tornado warning for Mason City. Rotation's gotten much broader here over the last few minutes, but still keeping an eye on it.
Go towards Norfolk, Nebraska.
And this is just outside of Norfolk, Nebraska right now.
I think I have to go. Yeah, we are.
Actually, make a camera coming up here soon. That's
Put
going
you
to have
guys
a better
back
view
up
of the
on.
storm, too. A little bit further
I'll
back.
put you guys back up in the front for now.
Waiting for that to have a view. Huge shout out to Wild Child with a $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Wild Child. Huge shout out to all the amazing mods. Do great. Appreciate the super chat. This is Freddie McKinney as well. He's back over near Grand Island. They just passed by a tree branch on the roadway, which may be an indicator of at least some damaging winds back over near Grand Island in Nebraska. Outflow boundary is still well out in front of this storm, but it is still trying to produce the potential of a tornado at some point down the road. Also, we have a storm that has just gone up near Columbus in Nebraska. This is a very small little storm, but we may have to watch this one closely as well. It's kind of splitting off to the left, but may produce the potential for a tornado if it starts moving more to the right, basically meaning moving more to the east, going towards Fremont and Schuler over the next few minutes. This is a live shot back over in Stanton County. That's in Norfolk, Nebraska. See on the right side of your screen, the shelf cloud that is going to be coming in here over the next few minutes. That is outside of Pierce. That's the storm that Ryan Scholl has been on here over the last few minutes. So kind of an interesting view there. Hey, Fernando for the $10 super chat. Currently in Grand Island, don't have a shelter. Should I go somewhere with one? I mean, I think it'll be all right. It's mostly quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The worst of it is mostly now moving through Grand Island. So the worst of it's kind of passing by right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I was going to talk a little bit about our Iowa-Illinois tornado threat here. So this is basically what the SPC just said as well, but we do have a little bit of a shortwave trough here between the two areas of convection we have. These storms off to the east of it don't look that significant. There's not a lot of a wind shear over here to sort of spin these storms. However, behind it, we do have that wind shear due to the passing of our shortwave trough. We can actually see that over on mesoscale analysis when we take a look at our surface vorticity and our 3 cape. So 3 cape is in red and the surface vorticity is in blue. Our shortwave trough is right about here. We can see that behind that trough where we have all our low top supercells right now, we do have a lot of vorticity. And this vorticity in conjunction with the 3 cape is what's going to try to cause a tornado threat here. However, these storms are sort of failing to exist for a long period of time. If one does manage to exist for a long period of time and can grow just a little bit bigger than what we have right now, it is going to exhibit a somewhat stronger tornado threat. However, because these are behind the trough, they're going to be weak tornadoes, but they could still, of course, do some damage.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a little overview again of all the storms that we have out there as of right now, and including our environment. Once again, I still think the most favorable environment for tornadoes today, despite us having 3 tornado warnings in Iowa. I think the worst area that could see strong and even large tornadoes, which again, the chances are still low, but it does exist in eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. It's going to come down to the storm mode, which so far most of everything has stayed discrete. It's been a bit messy, but the only problem that we are currently seeing is that there's an outflow boundary that is out in front of these storms, and as long as that is happening, these storms are going to stay a bit more elevated. So at least in real time, the storm near Grand Island has been struggling. We've had a few more storms go up as well south of Norfolk, but none of those have materialized so far. The tornado warning in far northern Iowa, I think, will be allowed to expire in about 7 minutes. They've condensed the tornado warning. Still got a little weak area of rotation just to the south of Birchinell that's going to be going into Hurley and Rockwell here in a few minutes, and then eventually tracking down towards Doherty. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we've received reports of a rotating wall cloud in and around the Chicago area. This was a spotter network report. I believe it's on that storm that is currently severe warned. I don't see any tornado potential with it. However, there was the report of a rotating wall cloud.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So, something we need to keep an eye on. Back over to the west of Chicago, a report of a rotating wall cloud. We got a few storms that have gone up. The ones near Joliet and Shanahan have also been looking interesting. These have gone up over the last few minutes. We've actually maybe had a little downburst area of wind over the last few minutes north of the Minoka area. But the one that's further off to the north near Algonquin, we'll have to keep a closer eye on. It's mostly just a line of storms, so I'd be surprised if this is actually producing anything rotating, to be honest. I think it'll be mainly a wind threat. The southern storms, though, definitely have my attention a little bit more. I think the ones here just to the north of Shanahan may have a better chance at producing damaging winds and maybe even a low-end chance of a tornado. So something to keep an eye on there. But as of right now, only one severe warning in all of Illinois right now. We also have a flash flood warning that was issued north of Rockford. That is radar indicated as of right now. And then only one severe warning in all of Wisconsin right now. That is north of Fort Atkinson, producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. That warning will probably not extend much further. I don't think that storm's going to really be severe for much longer of a period of time here. Look at this, by the way. This is back over into... I get the right button here. This is back over in northern Nebraska once again. Still got a crazy shelf cloud over here.
What the heck, dude? Oh my gosh! I should totally get my mom to come out here, but I'm not going to. What?
They have canceled the tornado warning, or at least they're going to allow the tornado warning to expire west of Dubuque in Iowa, or Dubuque. Ryan Scholl's going crazy, guys. Any tornado potential in southeastern Iowa? There's a low chance.
You don't have to. No, trust me.
Hey, Brad, for 7 months.
Welcome home. Welcome home. Is there anything more incredible than this? Is there anything more incredible than this? Sitting in your hometown, watching a monster supercell roll through. That won't do any harm. It's not going to do any harm.
What's fascinating about this storm that has this crazy structure, it's producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Pretty dangerous. It's actually not as dangerous as it looks.
Literally right outside.
I think the hail is larger than quarters, to be honest. It's only warned for quarters right now, but...
Oh! I'm not having a nervous breakdown at all. I'm extremely happy. Are you kidding me?
Well, a little inflation to the right.
Come on, dude.
By the way, we do have a new a little mesoscale discussion, but this one is going to be from the Weather Prediction Center. Scattered thunderstorm development along the warm front in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin is going to be increasing our flash flooding risk. So just a little heads up. Again, flash flooding is a concern today. We have one flash flood warning in effect currently in anywhere in the Midwest. We have 3 across the board. I don't know where the other 2 are, but that's the main one right now back over in northern Illinois. Wow.
Absolutely unreal.
They might you for the 2 months.
Norfolk, you're mainly large hail and damaging winds right now.
Shout out to Wolf for the $5 super
okay.
chat.
I gotta show you. Okay, this is. I saw.
I'll donate every time he has a justified freak out over beautiful storms. This storm is pretty crazy.
Oh my gosh!
Hey Robert for the super chat. The only thing that storm's missing is a UFO flying around it.
Dude.
Not wrong. Hey Melissa also for the super chat. Good photo for a calendar, I agree. Gotta ask, are you an actual meteorologist or just trained? I am an actual meteorologist. I got my diploma the other day. Took like 2 months. I finally got it.
This is absurd. Just because you're so happy. Duck78 with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much for that. That was in chat for Ducks.
Diploma reveal? Problem is that has my name, my like literal full name on it.
Oh my gosh, dude.
I don't know where it is. It's in my. I'm pretty sure it's in my room somewhere. We had to move everything into the obviously the new studio, so there's stuff displaced everywhere. My YouTube play buttons are currently on like a thing that you guys can't even see. It's off to my off to the left. It's like barely out of the shot. I just put stuff everywhere basically.
Oh my gosh.
Tornado warning, by the way, South Cascade, Iowa, still broad rotation as of right now. They've gone ahead and allowed the other 2 tornado warnings to end, so we're back down to 1 tornado warning for right now. Bottom right of your screen is the storm that we are currently looking at with a crazy structure from Ryan Scholl back over near Norfolk in Nebraska.
We're going to move here in a little bit.
$50 super chat. W's in the chat for
My mom said
Gage.
she can meet me with a couple slices of pizza and a pop. Do we do it?
Asking about, what is that, Harding, Nebraska? I would see Harding, Nebraska. I don't know if you typed in the name wrong.
Might have to.
What's a pop? I've only ever heard soda.
Meet me at the Mom, meet me at the Walmart. Meet me at the Walmart. Meet me in the Walmart parking lot.
Walmart parking lot. W.
I need to get a little bit east here. Meet me at Walmart.
I guess I don't know what's going on. It's back over near Norfolk, though. Again, huge shelf cloud. Again, this is going to be moving right into Norfolk and Woodland Park over the next few minutes, just south of Pierce. Current concern, again, just being damaging winds and hail. Nothing really too crazy beyond that. The 2 tornado warnings that we got ongoing, the one near Mason City, they've allowed that one to expire. And also the one near Dubuque has also been allowed to expire. There's really not a whole lot of rotation on this storm anymore. Got a little bit of very weak rotation over the west side of Dubuque, going into Rockdale and Key West over the next few minutes, mainly with a wind threat, but very broad rotation that is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then just to the south of 151, this is our tornado warning going in the direction of Baldwin with broad rotation. Latest scan actually tightening it just a little bit near McGargles Ford, going into Ozark and then approaching Crabtown. So if you're in any of those areas, just continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Let me go over to storm total precip. So this is why we have a flood warning right now, northern Illinois, back over near just west of Loves Park. We actually had as much as 4 inches of rainfall here in the last couple hours, back over to the west and northwest of Rockford. And keep in mind that there are more storms coming, and unfortunately we got literally storms going right over where the heaviest rainfall just fell. So the flooding threat is increasing right now in northern Illinois. That flash flood warning may get upgraded in the future as it continues to move very slowly to the east. Also, back over near Chicago, we got a bunch of strong storms, none of which are severe right now. The one near Elgin, that severe warning will be allowed to expire. Back over near Joliet and also outside of Bolingbrook, we got a bunch of storms that just went up, mainly with gusty winds and small hail. Nothing severe as of right now out of that activity. And then for the most part, the storms near Savannah, Georgia have moved offshore, so at least for now, the flooding threat is at least decreasing for the time being back over near Savannah, so that's at least good news for the time being. One severe warning west of Myrtle Beach, but that's just for 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. But yeah, as a reminder, take flood warning seriously. Obviously, we've seen a lot happen over the last couple weeks. It's a good idea, if you are in any flood warning, that you are taking it seriously. It's back over to Ryan Scholl. You're near Norfolk in Nebraska.
This is incredible.
This is Mike's view as well. He has a similar view. Got a couple little, like, scuddy lowerings, but nothing looks imminent, as we've already kind of alluded to. It's been pretty elevated this entire time.
This is absurd. This is insane.
A little blue tinge back in there too. It's where a lot of the hail's falling. The storm's still only warned for quarter-sized hail going towards Norfolk, but
No
honestly,
minus
surprised it's not
clouds
higher
with this
than
yet.
that.
Very, very dark skies rolling into Norfolk right now, though. My mom's gonna meet me here too, so we should be all right.
How's Omaha, Nebraska looking tonight? I mean, as of now, it's kind of hard to forecast what's going to happen in that exact location based off what we have on radar right now, but I would expect the biggest concern being damaging winds. There is still a chance for a tornado. Our tornado watch goes for about 3.5 hours, so that goes until about 10 o'clock.
It doesn't matter what it is, I'll eat it. That's some blue sky right up there as well. Mama Shaw's gonna come in. She's gonna deliver us some food.
Also,
Shout out,
this is
Mama Shaw.
Tornado Pagey back over near Central City in Nebraska. Little shelf off to the left there as well. That is a storm that's still producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Look at that blue tinge there on the left. That's incredible. Where a lot of the hail is going to be falling here near Norfolk.
Oh my gosh.
Hardly any rain falling, at least in the middle here. Pretty low precip area here where the hail's all falling. Chances of a live stream
Rolling,
tomorrow?
right?
I think it's like a
No, that
75%
is
chance.
just that's not a trick of the camera, by the way. That is like actually what's happening is that color of the storm. I'm not even joking either. Like that is exactly what we're seeing right now in person. I would not be I would not.
Yeah, this
be,
isn't like. Yeah, I will agree with him. That is not
messing
like
with the colors for you guys
exposure
or
or anything
anything.
like that. That is legitimately
the colors of the storm. Right
if you are standing outside here, you're going to see that blue tinge. And again, that blue tinge is where a lot of the hail's falling right now. We usually get this color, especially closer to sunset, not necessarily at sunset, but closer to sunset, especially with the sunlight. It's coming in from a certain angle, and that's why we're seeing that right there on this particular storm. It's very interesting to say the least. Thank you, Lindsay, for the PayPal donation. Really
We'll
appreciate
get moving
that.
here shortly. We're waiting for a food delivery from my mother because I end up rolling through town apparently, some way, somehow, and I'm gonna get food out of it. I think I'm pretty darn lucky. I think she's rolling down the hill right now.
Hey, Danny, for the super chat. Why is there no
Holy
tornado
crap!
warning or tornado watch for Dubuque?
Well, the picture.
You know, I'm actually a little bit surprised. They never issued a watch for eastern Iowa, but it's been somewhat isolated so far. We peaked at 3 tornado warnings out here. But, yeah, they're not going to issue a watch at this rate. But we still have 1 tornado warning. I mean, it's been pretty isolated so far. This storm's going again towards Maquoketa. Rotation's still on the broader side of things, moving down to the southeast. Overall, though, again, the tornado threat here in eastern Iowa, and as well as just the severe weather threat in general, is really for the next 2 to 3 hours, and that's really about it. So... And then the storm near Dubuque right now is still mainly producing a damaging wind threat moving out of the southeast. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I was just going to mention that the Storm Prediction Center did actually discuss issuing a watch for this area. They put the watch probs at 20% because they're just a little bit concerned that there's not going to be enough storms that would produce a tornado to sort of warrant that tornado watch. They do mention a tornado threat. It's just there's not enough to issue the watch. And obviously, they don't want to issue a watch if they don't think enough is going to happen because false negatives are almost worse than a false positive, or false positives are almost worse than false negatives when it comes to watches and warnings.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. If you have not been looking at the bottom middle of your screen, got a pizza delivery live on stream. That was quite something. Kind of want pizza now, I'm not going to lie. All right, let's go back over to. Let me quickly check back in on the Chicago area. They have gone ahead and canceled the only severe warning that we had in Illinois. Same thing with the one in Wisconsin. Mainly gusty winds right now coming up towards the Chicago suburbs. Just stay away from windows as the storms continue to approach. This is a really nice view here from Stanton, Nebraska, of our shelf cloud. It's on the Stanton, Stanton County, excuse me, in Norfolk, Nebraska. It'll take 2 seconds to load here, but we have a really good view of the shelf cloud. If it loads, I'm going to give it a second. All right, there we go. That is the view there. This back over in Norfolk. Look at the sun setting on the horizon, too. I mean, the sunset doesn't set for like another 2 hours, but we've got a very yellow tinge there. This is looking west towards our shelf cloud. So this is on the east side of Norfolk. But this is what Ryan Scholl's been looking at pretty much this entire time. So, pretty impressive shot there. This is Scholl right underneath it with the blue tinge still.
Got structure 1 down 275. Just like, oh man.
What happened to the pizza?
Something that you don't get.
The wind took out the pizza? Wait, did it?
The Power Boys are coming home.
Did it actually? I gotta go back to a stream and see it.
Pizza on the napkin here. This is looking west from north.
Go back over to this shot. We missed this.
Sticker, sorry.
This is on the stream. So this, like, oh, that's the wrong button. Where did I just go? This is the I missed this. Bro, put the pizza down. Well, that's a disaster. Joel's having I guess, no pizza tonight. Otherwise, he's eating off the top of his roof that's been hit by probably 1 million hailstones. That is a pizza emergency. We have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning back up in North Dakota. Back over to the north of Minot. This is back up east of Max Bass. This storm actually has a chance at a tornado, believe it or not. It's literally on an outflow boundary. It's currently warned for golf ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's also some broad rotation. It's going towards Kramer and Upham right now. So that'll be something that we need to keep an eye on. Out of any storm that has a chance of producing a tornado today that could be significant, honestly, I think this one actually has a chance. It is literally on an outflow right now, or on an outflow boundary. It's at least broadly rotating. Something to keep an eye on. We got a bunch of storms right now going up near Minden and Hastings in Nebraska right now. Biggest concern with these is going to be for the threat of damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and golf ball-sized hail. None of these storms right now are tornadic. We're keeping an eye again on the tornado threat. We've had a lot of storms go out in front of our discrete cells, which is probably stabilizing the atmosphere quite a bit, which is why so far we haven't really seen any tornadoes in our tornado watch. Again, for the time being, the tornado watch does continue here for the next few minutes. Is this person watching Ryan Scholl, or is it, they're watching me on their stream? Wait, they just had me on their stream.
Yeah. I couldn't turn it down. I couldn't turn it down at all. I gotta throw the stream back in the car. It's too windy.
I literally just missed that. Damaging ham and flying pizza. Basically.
W's in chat for Mama Scholl, everyone. I need a whole bunch of W's in chat.
This was just moments ago.
Watching Max?
These people are watching my stream from their truck.
Heck, really?
Over in Norfolk.
That's so awesome!
Those are the people in the truck. Watching from their truck, watching the stream. This is again the current shot of the storm from the east side of Norfolk. So I got the shelf cloud rolling overhead here over the next few minutes. Yeah, this storm is still producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, quarter-sized hail. We should have a pretty good shot of this storm producing the potential, again, for hail and wind, but on top of that, that camera on the right side of your screen, since it's a bit higher off the ground, the wind will likely be a bit higher as the storm moves through, so it'll be interesting to see how that camera pans out. But as of right now, again, the main concern with that is 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We still have a tornado warning in effect in eastern Iowa. This is back over to the north of Baldwin, kind of rural parts here of eastern Iowa. Broad rotation still moving to the southeast, and we'll be coming up on the Maqueda area and Andrew, going towards 61 over the next few minutes. The storm itself is about to merge with a bunch of other storms out of the west, so I think the tornado threat is going to be cut off here soon. But at least for now, it is a little bit more elevated for the next 5 to 10 minutes. We also have an update back over in Kearney and I think it's Pierce. No, Kearney and where'd the county go? Oh yeah, Kearney and Adams counties in Nebraska. That severe warning was just upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail. That is this storm here. That is near Kennesaw and Janita. That's going towards Campbell, Blue Hill, and eventually going towards Clay Center. But you can see the highest velocities right now. The green area from Kennesaw back through Norman. Likely seeing 60 to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving to the east and southeast here over the next few minutes. But yeah, the storm, again, that's been trying to produce a tornado threat near Central City, it has been struggling so far. Not saying it won't happen, but it's definitely been struggling. It's been pretty much outflow dominant this entire time. Hey, Jessica, for the super chat. Max Meta, that's I appreciate the super chat. Anything for Rockford, Illinois? Flooding is the biggest concern as of right now. We've already had a bunch of rainfall there, and there's more rain coming. They actually just upgraded the flash flood warning here. It is now a considerable threat for flash flooding just outside of Rockford, near the Loves Park area. At least 2 to 5 inches of rain has already fallen, so this is detected by gauges and also by radar. Currently on radar, we've seen at least around 3 to 4 inches of rain fall. But we're definitely getting closer to 5 inches of rain. So this is likely going to cause some significant flooding. We got a lot of storms firing up right now near Freeport, and they're all moving west to east. I would fully anticipate flash flooding to become a big concern over the next few hours near the Rockford area. We've had a storm merger near Ozark in Iowa. There's still rotation going down towards Maqueda and as well as Andrew in Iowa, but no tornado as of right now. Still rotating, though, moving down to the southeast. Back over to Ryan Scholl on the storm near Norfolk. In Nebraska, he's starting to get caught up a little bit closer to the hail core. Also, we just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. There are no words, at least posted on the text here, but they have mentioned, at least for eastern Nebraska and western Iowa, where our tornado watch is, the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is between 85 to 115 miles per hour. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is also possible, and then on top of that, there's a threat for hail as large as the size of golf balls. They have mentioned that shortwave ridging has been observed over the lower Missouri Valley, and is shifting east as a secondary notable shortwave trough is advancing across central South Dakota and western Nebraska. And let's see, they've mentioned basically that the warm advection regime favors rotation. A few slow-moving supercells can be expected in advance of the shortwave this evening. While some supercell structures are possible, with time the convection will evolve into large clusters, possibly an MCS. So again, there is a threat for tornadoes still. It's just going to come down to storm mode. So far, everything's pretty much been, clustered or either outflow dominant. So the tornado threat thus far has struggled, but I would fully expect that we are going to eventually see the threat of severe weather continue to increase, at least when it comes to wind. The tornado threat is, again, the highest over the next 2 hours or so. Also, velocities east of Hartwell have increased. We are now seeing velocities pick up winds as high as 70 miles per hour just to the northwest of Holstein and Roseland. So the wind threat is rapidly increasing right now in this line of storms just to the south of I-80 in southern Nebraska. This will be tracking towards Hastings, Nelson, and Hebron within the next hour or so. Go over to this. Back over to Ryan Scholl here. He's back on the storm near Norfolk. Right now, caught in the rain. Actually, this is a pretty good view. This is the skyline view back over on the east side of Norfolk. Got the rain coming in from the right, and also you got the sun It's still not setting, but for whatever reason, it's very yellow back there. We're looking west. The sun doesn't set for like another 2 hours. Also, this is Connor Croft. He's back on the storm near Central City, which again has become pretty much all outflow dominant at this point, but that's what it looks like. The structure isn't anything to write home about, but
Oh, this is gonna be a hard shot.
Yes, sir, these storms are not going to go one low.
Getting a little shelf back. Little whale's mouth back.
the camera over in Norfolk is beginning to shake a little bit. So the wind is definitely starting to pick up here. This is near Woodland Park. This is again in Stanton County. This storm's still warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. It's one that Ryan Scholl has been on here over the last few minutes. And it's definitely starting to pick up here. No disrespecting cheese curd? Is somebody disrespecting my cat? No way. We keep that camera bottom right once we go back to the 3K view.
This is ridiculous.
Your wine daddy?
This is ridiculous.
Brandon's the new.
It's back over to the tornado warning in Iowa. I do think this tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire. The last few scans are broadening the rotation. We had a brief tightening once the storm mergers happened near East Canton and also near Crabtown. But at least as of lately, the rotation has gotten much broader just outside of South Gary, Owen. You can see the rotation is definitely broader, and it's broadening very quickly. So I do not think this tornado warning is going to last much longer. So at least for now, the severe weather threat is at least lower. Back over in eastern Iowa, we actually have a wind threat that is materializing over near Clinton. Kind of surprised we don't have a severe warning here, but damaging winds around 60 miles per hour are definitely a possibility with this as it continues to move towards Savannah, Mount Carroll, again, eventually going towards 40. So that's something that we're going to be keeping an eye on. That is moving again towards northwestern Illinois over the next few minutes. This back over to Norfolk, which, again, damaging winds are currently increasing. We just got a new severe warning for Hastings as well in Nebraska. That is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail. That is bottom right of your screen. So that storm's ramping up really quickly. But this camera's shaking a ton right now. This is our brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that's near Doniphan, just south of Grand Island. Harvard, Clay Center, Fairfield, and Hastings are included in this in southern Nebraska. Biggest concern is downburst damaging winds. You can actually see a really prominent pocket here of high winds right now near Prosser. This is an area of divergence. That's a divergence signature on radar. This may be some sort of microburst that's near Prosser, just to the north of Junita. That's going towards Doniphan right now. So again, very high winds, likely around 70-mile-per-hour winds moving to the east. That's going to be going towards the Giltner area as well over the next few minutes. Got a few chasers that are out in front of this that we are keeping an eye on. None of them have a view of anything like crazy with this storm as of right now, but we're probably going to see very high winds here, basically paralleling I-80, but just south of I-80 here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. This is a pretty good view of our line of storms back up near Aurora, just south of Center City in Nebraska. So again, still very elevated outflow dominant storms. Nothing tornadic, in my opinion, with this line as of right now.
That's what I was going to charge, actually, not my phone.
Also, this is back over to that live shot in Norfolk, or Norfolk? Norfolk? That was Norfolk. Yeah, Norfolk back over in Nebraska. Got a little scuddy thing there in the middle, kind of on the edge of the rain shaft. I don't think that's a funnel or anything, but that's again, kind of an area of interest. I think this storm is just elevated at this point. It's been elevated the entire time, but I don't think it has much of a chance of producing a tornado, but it is still moving southeast. And there's still very curved photographs, a lot of wind shear in this environment, so I still think a tornado is possible, but I think it's a low chance out of the storm, at least for right now. Hey Ryan for the $10 super chat. Thanks, appreciate you showing the respect for families in Texas, especially calling out the crazies that think this is all weather being modified. Proves you're the real deal weatherman. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you Ryan for the support. The rain is quickly coming in here in Norfolk. Can we do a heat map? Hey, boot up the heat map. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Mac, so I guess since cloud seeding's the big thing right now, we're gonna actually talk about what cloud seeding is really used for. So this is up here in Canada, and right now you can actually see it on flight radar. But this is Environmental Canada's plane that just took off, or one of the planes that they use to stop hailstorms from impacting areas like Calgary. So for those of you who don't know about Canada's weather, they normally see billion-dollar hail disasters go into Calgary, and they were trying to figure out, okay, what can we do to stop these hailstorms from impacting people and hurting people? One of the things that they figured out is by using silver iodide, they can drop this above the storm. It will enter the hail clouds and it will actually cause more small hail and less big hail. So basically, the silver iodide goes in there, all the raindrops stick to it, freeze, and then instead of having very, very large hail, upwards in baseball size go into the Calgary area, they're going to be a lot more small hail around that pea size. So this plane that's literally flying out of Calgary right now is going to do real cloud seeding, and this is actually a very, very good thing. When they started doing this, they had no idea if it was going to work, and they have saved billions and billions of dollars in property and lives from doing cloud seeding.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. That is definitely intriguing. That's back over near Calgary in Canada. So, again, obviously, there's been so much conspiracy stuff over the last few days saying that the cloud seeding that happened, we've already talked about it a couple times. I've made tweets and stuff about it too. But again, there was this whole talk about how cloud seeding impacted the Texas flooding. It really didn't, because again, cloud seeding only lasts a very short time frame. It's like 1 to 2 hours. And the fact of the matter is, people thought, they did it 2 days in advance, and it must have sparked all the flooding that we had in Texas. It did not. It has nothing to do with that. We literally had the remnants of a tropical system move into Texas. That's happened dozens of times in our history. And then on top of that, it was very slow moving because it's July. We don't have anything steering the storms that were down in Texas. And generally speaking, our jet stream is way up here. Like, it's nowhere near the southern plains or the southeast. That's why during the summer, we see these really slow moving complexes of storms. Like these, for example, in Alabama. They're not moving very fast, maybe 20, 30 miles per hour. Same thing back over here where we have flash flood warnings. These are moving maybe 20 to 30 miles per hour to the southeast too. They're slow. And when we get a lot of moisture down here as well in the summer, we get these big flooding events. And we've had a lot of them recently, and it's very common for July. Obviously, the one that happened in Texas was one of the deadliest ones that we've had in a long time. From a non-tropical system, we had over 120 fatalities in the matter of like literally 10 hours or so of that flooding event. And unfortunately, there were flood watches in effect ahead of time, but nobody really expected it to be as significant as it was. It literally just stalled out. It was a mesoscale convective vortex. They can sometimes be unpredictable, and unfortunately it was one of the more unpredictable ones. I know there were local meteorologists that did mention the possibility of like 10 to 15 inches of rain in some spots the night before it happened, but obviously people didn't really, it seemed like some people didn't really take it as seriously as it should have been taken. And I think there was something too where that Camp Mystic happened. I saw something on Twitter about it, but apparently they were 6 minute walk away from getting to higher ground, which would have kept them safe. There was they were in a lower valley, but if they walked like 6 minutes to a certain area, there was safe apparently. I saw a graphic about that this morning, but yeah, obviously, again, really substantial event there. Obviously, we had the Ruidoso flooding, which, keep in mind, Ruidoso, New Mexico, has been flooded like 20 plus times in the last year. It's a very common area for flooding with all the burn scars and the rain that falls there. And then, obviously, Tropical Storm Chantel brought flooding to North Carolina. That's also not abnormal. That is from a tropical storm. That's not something that we've never seen before either. This is back over in Norfolk in Nebraska right now. Damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour currently coming in. We also got a new severe warning behind it for a quarter-sized hailstorm and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The camera is shaking quite a bit here. in Norfolk. The tornado warning, by the way, in Iowa does end in 35 or 25 seconds. I don't think they're going to expand it or extend it. This is actually pretty cool. Connor has actually a really good view here of the storm back over near Grand Island.
Somebody's corn that they're gonna
in Nebraska. Look at the shelf cloud there.
buy.
It's a little bit different from the storm near Norfolk, but nonetheless, looks pretty crazy. I don't know if you guys just saw that. I tried drinking the tea with the cap on. That does not work.
All right, that's actually getting okay. That looks
Hey, Idol
okay.
for coming a member, and Neo for the super chat. Nobody cares about the Chicago area? I care about the Chicago area. There's just not much happening. It's just some strong storms. If there's anything severe, we'd let you know. I mean, there's literally nothing here that's severe. We don't even have a special weather statement in effect right now. There is like, you can see the line here of where gusty winds are, but that's nothing more than probably 40 to 45 mile per hour winds. I don't even think this reaches severe criteria. Like, this doesn't even meet a special weather statement criteria for the most part. Velocities are actually measured on radar at 25 miles per hour, so it's pretty minimal across the board. So far, it's been pretty chill when it comes to severe weather there. The flooding threat is increasing back over near Rockford in Illinois right now. We do have a considerable flash flood warning currently in effect. Latest radar is indicating that we are looking at around 4 to 5 inches of rain that has fallen within the last couple of hours. So again, turn around, don't drown on the roadways. Flash flood warning is in effect. It is that time of year. Again, July, August, typical time frame for flooding. We have a new flash flood warning as well back over to the south of Jamestown, Wisconsin. That's near Galena, Illinois, Asbury in eastern Iowa as well, and then back over near 61 near the Bernard and Lamotte areas. Bellevue also included in that. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect as well for Dubuque. That is still for 60 mile per hour winds, and there is a tornado possible label on that.
Got a little rotating eddy in here.
Connor just said there's a rotating eddy on this storm. This is back over again near Hastings and York in Nebraska. Big line of storms, huge shelf cloud. You can kind of see the very top of the shelf up there as well.
Bro, his knee is cooked.
That's so bad, dude.
All right, Chad, I'm a
Pull over here where there's no power lines and point that way.
I bet.
Back over to Norfolk in Nebraska as well. The wind is continuing to pick up. This is just south of Pierce. Got damaging winds around 60 miles per hour that are going to be coming in here over the next few minutes. Look at the structure. Got like you got like 3 layers here. You kind of see the outline. Actually, 4 layers. You got 4 different layers of the shelf cloud here. It's pretty incredible.
I think we're pretty much I thought like for a minute there when this thing was Grand Island, I thought it was yeah.
Huge shout out to Tony with the $75 super chat. That was in the chat for Tony. Really appreciate the generous super chat. Let me try to see if I can get this is a better view of this storm. 1 second, gotta find it. Let's do, I think it's 5.
All right, we'll have to get east on this here.
This is John McKinney. He actually has a slightly more, he has a pretty good view of this too, but you can kind of see the outlines a little bit better of the clouds and just how they're all different. Like, again, there's different layers to this storm, so it's pretty interesting, pretty fascinating. Back over near Hastings.
Kind of like step back, and like ever since then, it's just been like killing me. But I'll be alright. It just looks like strange.
Terra, NCL, ACL or something. Got it. How you doing?
Also, Freddie McKinney, like, is underneath
Missing.
some ragged clouds. This is back over near Aurora. Doesn't look like modest clouds, but not far from. Hey, Rebecca, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities.
Spending nights at Freddy's. Garrett's on, well, he's on night
Forgot to
1.
remove the tornado warning thing.
Connor and Ben are on night 2, so...
No longer have any tornado warnings across the board. The one in Iowa has been allowed to expire. So we are back down to no tornado warnings for the first time in approximately, I think, about an hour and a half now. Back over in Iowa, for the most part, we literally only have 1 severe thunderstorm warning. We still have a few storms that have gone up in southeastern Iowa, but again, none of them right now are producing anything severe, just strong storms. And then back over near Dubuque, that's the one storm that has had a tornado possible label on it. Doesn't really appear as if that's going to be doing much of anything. Watch out for this right here, just north of Andrew in Iowa. That one actually looks interesting. We got a little area of convergence near 62. Might have a couple boundaries interacting, and we may have a tornado threat trying to evolve here. That is going up towards Bellevue. This is kind of moving more to the northeast over the next few minutes. It's very rain-wrapped. It's basically traveling up 62 right now, and I do think there is a chance of a tornado with this as it continues to move towards the Illinois and Iowa border. So again, that is currently tracking to the northeast, and then back over to the east, south of Savannah, going into Illinois, approaching Mount Carroll, we have a strong storm, currently not severe, that is at least producing some gusty winds, but maybe producing damaging winds as high as 60 miles per hour. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. But I'm very curious to see what the next radar scan shows here near Andrew, because we definitely have an area of convergence. We may get a tornado warning on this going in the direction of Bellevue here over the next few minutes. So definitely stay weather aware. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have an update from a utility company in Raleigh, Nebraska, or not Raleigh, Nebraska, Raleigh, North Carolina. They are reporting that they have a few hundred customers without power due to multiple trees downed on power lines. So if you're in the area, you might have power out. The utility company is aware, and they are fixing it as we speak.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So just heads up, you're back over in Raleigh, North Carolina. Still got some strong storms moving across areas just outside of Raleigh, going towards Wilson, Fayetteville, and Dunn over the next few minutes. We only have one really area of severe weather right now across the East Coast. That is back over near Myrtle Beach and also near Conway. That is right now for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Really cool structure right now back over in the Grand Island area of Nebraska. This is in southern Nebraska. This is from John McKinney. Structure is pretty incredible down here as well.
Base here. You know, there's definitely velocities. There's velocities on it. And there's another storm to the west of this one, so I just wanted to get...
Shoal also has a cool view of the remnants of the Norfolk storm.
Throw away my
this is what's left of the Norfolk storm. We've had an inflow tail coming in from the right this entire time. but hasn't had really much of any rotation. It's just been so clustered together with other storms. Huge shout out to Noah with the $100 super chat. Really appreciate that, Noah. That was in the chat for Noah. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Sandy, for the 16 months, and also for Rails for becoming a member. Sandy says Max and Riley are goats, and so are the mods. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, Rock for the super chat.
Right in the mud. Okay.
Yeah, this storm's definitely falling apart up near Norfolk. I think the last legs of the severe part of this is definitely kind of falling apart. There might still be some quarter-sized tail back in there, but that's about it. Definitely gotten weaker.
Just waiting to see.
Let's back over to John McKinney. This storm has more potential near Hastings. They have downgraded the warning to 60-mile-per-hour winds and also quarter-sized hail just south of Grand Island.
Question?
No, I said that's cool. You did.
Oh.
So Jim out here, Jim Tang.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Bruno, for the super chat. Where's Cheese Curve with the new studio? I don't know. She's not in here right now. Doesn't usually come in here unless it's nighttime. Probably looking out a window, looking for something.
Just dancing with this.
Living in Florida, there's plenty of lizards. It's probably what she's looking for.
I don't think I've ever met
Jim.
Well, I've met Jim.
Hey, Scott, for the $10 super chat. Check out this cell northeast a minute, North Dakota. I looked at it a little while ago, and I did look at it while Riley was talking earlier. And it actually looked like it had a chance of producing a tornado. It's a little bit outflow dominant, but yeah, this storm looks interesting. If there was a storm that produces some sort of significant tornado threat today, I mean, this one might be the one. It's literally the only cell up here in North Dakota. It's had broad rotation. It hasn't really gotten to the point where it can be tornadic, though. Definitely something to keep an eye on. Thank you, Loki, for becoming a maximum velocity member. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Arapahoe near Alma. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. That is currently moving off to the east right now. Alrighty, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was going to talk about our increasing flash flooding threat across Iowa as we move into a part of the day where our convection is going to sort of trail over the same area. So earlier today, if you're looking at the HRRR, you probably saw that there was a fat bow echo that went across the area and really moved out all those showers from the area. That's no longer what we're expecting to happen. So if we come over here and we take a look at the HRRR, we can see that instead of having that nice large bow echo move across the central U.S., we're now expecting to see more of a sort of just line of storms trail over the same area across Iowa almost all night long. I mean, if I pulled the slider all the way to the end of the HRRR, we can see that there is still storms trailing over basically the same area. And that is why we do have a slight risk of excessive rainfall in the area. We've already started to see some flash flooding over here in parts of eastern Iowa, and this is unfortunately going to get worse. You guys have already seen 5 to 6 inches of rain, and these storms are going to continue to fall in almost the exact same spots over the rest of the night. We're actually going to take a look at precipitation totals for the rest of this event on the HRRR, and we can see that it is expected to keep raining in this area. We saw a lot of flash flooding across the country. I do want to preface all of this by saying we are not going to see flash flooding like we did in Texas or North Carolina in this area. Our streams around here are much better suited to handle extreme rainfall events like this. We're not in a dry climate over here, and there's a lot of drainage. The reason that we saw so much flash flooding in places like Texas is because those areas do not have well-drained soils. Water just runs off really, really quickly, leading to flash flooding. So don't think that you're going to be in any situation like that where there's a 30-foot wall of water quite literally heading down the river, but pay attention for some localized stream flooding and just flooded roads in general.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Holy crap. Look at Connor's view of the shelf cloud back over in Nebraska right now. That is unbelievable.
They're gonna do.
Got multiple layers. Once again, we talk about the layers here, but there's literally probably about 3 different layers to the shelf cloud. This is the south of Grand Island.
I wonder how they're gonna decipher.
Near Hastings right now. Hey, Valerie, for the $10 super chat, do you go live for hurricanes? We do.
I don't really know.
And I'm actually going to talk about our hurricane stuff here in a second, because we've been doing some stuff. Thank you, Peter, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Unless they're saying, like, unless that's
And also, shout out to
more
Megan with the
along the
Venmo donation
lines
saying,
of
happy
you
birthday,
produce
Trevor.
Faceless videos,
Birthday, Trevor.
But, like, if you actually show yourself on camera every once in a while, not necessarily every video, but you know what I mean? Like, maybe they'll show
And really incredible view here of our shelf cloud.
instead of, like, just a particular video.
Back over near Hastings. The storm still producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Hey, Loki for the super chat.
What did you say, Garrett? You like cut out at the end there.
Appreciate that. I'm glad I could help your friend out.
Oh, I said sorry to interrupt. I had my volume turned down. I was gonna let you know that rating softball-sized hail to Bartlett.
By the way, the tornado possible storm in eastern Iowa has just ended. We are back down to no tornado possible storms, back down to normal severe thunderstorm warnings for now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I know we had a question about that storm near Minot, which is actually continuing to look better over the last few scans. Definitely not producing a tornado right now, but it is trying to wrap up. Further off to the northeast of that, we did actually just get a tornado warning in Canada for a storm that's actually in a slightly better environment. And you can see the hook shape from the most northern radar in North Dakota on this storm. That one probably is producing a tornado right now. And although the one in North Dakota is not as in much as favorable an environment as that one, it could try the same thing. So Canada, you have a tornado right now. US, we do not, but it could happen soon.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, a couple storms to keep an eye on back over in North Dakota. We'll be keeping an eye on them as especially the ones in Canada that will eventually move towards Belcourt in North Dakota within the next hour or so. So that is something we'll be keeping a close eye on. We just got a new severe warning back over in Illinois. This is south of Frankfort. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. As of right now, there's really not much of a tornado risk with this, but I do think it's at least a very low chance as this moves towards the very far western side of Indiana. That'll be going towards Schneider and as well as Shelby here within the next 20 to 30 minutes. So definitely stay weather aware of this storm, though. The biggest concern being downburst damaging winds right now. Got some storms also coming into Chicago over the next few minutes. None of these are severe, just strong storms currently pushing off to the east. And we just got a new severe warning back over in western Illinois. That's near Savannah, Mount Carroll, and Lanark. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The highest area of winds going through Savannah and then eventually approaching Mount Carroll. That one area of convergence that we were talking about for a possible tornado threat actually may have produced near Andrew. No, we don't have a CC drop, but there was actually a couplet there for a scan north of Andrew. So we may have had a brief tornado there. That has now fizzled, though. We don't really have any rotation, at least as of right now. Still keeping an eye, though, on a potential for maybe another isolated brief tornado as that goes up towards Guilford in northwestern Illinois over the next few minutes. So that'll be something we're keeping an eye on. Also, we just got another severe warning. This one's west of Lincoln, Nebraska. That's going to be east of Grand Island. That is also for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is what that storm looks like right now. This is, let me go over to John McKinney. Shelf cloud is kind of overhead now. Got pretty decent amount of cloud to ground lightning as well to go along with that.
Well, not a no tornado today, but some beautiful structure on this.
Every day is Max's birthday, according to chat. That is true. Very true. It looks like Dawn is now moving. Back to him in a second. He's going to be bottom left of your screen. But again, we got a bunch of storms that have gone up here in southern Nebraska. Again, this is on our severe thunderstorm watch. Pretty much numerous damaging winds all the way from western Kansas back into Nebraska right now. All the storms, for the most part, that are in Kansas are outflow dominant. We don't really even have much lightning with these, very occasional lightning. But this is really the reason why we've had severe warnings, is this little white line. That is our outflow boundary. We've had multiple of these little outflow boundaries that have been pushed off from our storms, and that is why we are seeing damaging winds continuing across western and northwestern Kansas here over the last couple of hours. Nothing higher than 60-mile-per-hour winds has been reported out of these storms, so generally speaking, nothing too significant at this point. Our highest wind gust so far today, though, was in Kansas. Over in Garden City, Kansas, there was an 83-mile-per-hour wind gust at 4:03 p.m. Central Time. That's over in Finney County, so that is one of the highest wind gusts that we've seen so far today. We have a new severe warning just to the southwest of Neligh in Nebraska. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and as well as ping-pong ball-sized hail. This probably is just hail contamination, but this is a storm that we're going to have to keep an eye on for a tornado potential. I think the tornado chances are at least low as of right now, but definitely not zero. So that is something we'll be keeping an eye on as that continues to track to the east over the next few minutes. And we still have a few storms ongoing in southern and eastern Iowa right now, but nothing really that significant when it comes to a tornado threat. I think the biggest concern is going to be back over here in northwestern Illinois and eastern Iowa over the next hour or two, mainly with a wind threat, especially on the storm near Mount Carroll. We've had some really high velocities being measured by radar, upwards of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds moving to Mount Carroll, Lanark, and then approaching Loran and Pearl City here over the next few minutes. It's back over to Ryan Scholl on the storm near Norfolk in Nebraska. Shelf cloud and all the structure has been a lot less crazy over the last few minutes. There was a wind gust reported over in Norfolk, Nebraska of 63 miles per hour
not going to really last
by an
long,
ASOS station.
We're going to keep watching this storm on the east side of Norfolk,
for
no matter what you're...
becoming a moderate velocity member, and Taz for the $10 super chat.
I'm not going to complain about this, that's for sure.
Hey, Ranger, for becoming a member. Tornado season is coming to an end.
Let's see what tomorrow looks like.
I mean, tornado season varies wherever you live in the United States. The tornado season technically now is central northern plains and also Midwest. So technically it's further to the north now.
Whoa! Is that some big lightning over there?
This is also Connor, who's underneath the shelf cloud. That's a little bit further down to the south near Grand Island.
Buddy, are you there?
Got a little chirp.
Please bring pets inside. 100%.
Nada. Well, whenever you figure it out, if you can hear me, I would like to know what your guys' plans are.
Max needs a theme song? What does that even mean, bro? A theme song?
Uh-oh.
We're still keeping an eye on our storm back over in northern North Dakota and Canada. We have a tornado warning again in effect right now in Canada. That's near Bossevian and south of Minto. That's going to the southeast. That'll eventually go towards North Dakota here over the next hour or so. The one storm, though, that's already in the United States is right now near Gardena. This one is still producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and golf ball-sized hail. That is tracking down to the southeast as of right now. So we are keeping an eye on this as it continues to track southeast. That's going towards Rugby as well. Whoa, what's going on in Freddy's stream? The heck? What just happened? They're in the middle of this storm.
Pretty gnarly. Hey, that power line snapped.
Sorry, we're in a
power line down. This is near York. We might have a microburst ongoing near Aurora.
Yeah, you're right. There's a little snap line.
I just took a turn.
I don't know if that's old or what. It's connected to a box. There comes some hail, too. All right, I'm going to move forward. Dang, it got pretty intense there. Yeah. I got pretty
That was
wet there.
interesting. It's got like...
That would be a little microburst.
Yeah, I think that was a microburst that literally just happened. Kind of came out of nowhere. Back over in
Probably
Aurora, that's bottom right of your
60
screen.
Probably. Kind of rocked the Rav. Yeah, I got to get a push shot at that one. Let's see if there's any damage up here in
Apparently there was a power line down.
Aurora.
That was right there in Aurora.
What happened? Trash can down. There's a trash can down.
We got flying trash can alert.
We got a little tree debris in the road. Yeah, we do. Actually, a lot of like leaves and stuff falling on this guy. Now we're getting some hail. Actually, look at this. The hail core just picked up. Dang.
They're driving right through possibly quarter to $half sized hail. I don't think this will bust their windshield, but they're definitely driving through some hail.
Some more winds coming through.
You're going where? Sorry, we got this hail core.
Hey, Matthew for super chat.
Okay, copy that. Not sure where we are going. After this, we got into a nice little. This line actually has decent winds and some hail, so I think since we're already in here,
We'll drum through the hail core here.
Yeah, we're just gonna
Aurora.
go east and then probably start heading home. Like we're gonna go to York probably and then head up that way. Got some water in the road, look. Or no, just kidding. I thought that guy was pulling over because there was water.
No, he's pulling over because there's hail.
Parking underneath the overpass.
Underneath the overpass? On the sidewalk.
It's like not even pea-sized hail. It's like
Hey, Bull Ranger for becoming a member.
Peas. I'm gonna take 34 east.
You're gonna take 34 east?
Yeah, I'm gonna take 34 east. I feel like the stronger wind's probably to the east here somewhere, so a little sidewash. Yeah.
Was there somebody parked under an
There we
overpass? I
go.
literally missed that.
Watch out for the culvert.
More shame.
Got some more, actually pretty sturdy trash can there. Pretty sturdy trash.
Shame has become all too common.
Oh, here we go.
Got some localized flooding here in the downtown area of
Oh,
Aurora as
yeah.
well. There is a
There
wind
we
gust that was
go.
measured at 60 miles per hour
Nice splash.
in Aurora,
Watch
Nebraska.
out for the,
They're driving through a
just
lot of
watching out for
water.
these little things. I don't want to hit
Dude,
that.
holy,
and
they
then
literally just drove
my
through, like,
wheel gets
a
caught
consistent-
in the Rav is cooked.
Probably at least a few hundred feet of
yeah,
water.
tear off my wheel.
Still
there we
driving
go.
through it. There's definitely not good drainage in Aurora. And the other problem is that this rain is going to keep kind of just overlapping, which is going to help to increase the flooding threat.
You just gotta have fun, guys. Just gotta have fun out
A bunch of
here.
people parked under the gas station.
What?
At least that's better than being parked under an overpass.
I don't see no truck.
Hey, Tom, for becoming a moderate velocity member. What shame? Whenever somebody's parked under an overpass, we say shame. It is illegal and dangerous.
Herb!
All right, Chad, we gotta get through this wind again. You guys want to go through
So that was, again, pretty crazy there over the last few minutes. That's near Aurora, Nebraska. Again, the worst of the wind is right now over Aurora. It's going to be coming up on York over the next few minutes, then going towards McCool Junction. So those are areas that we're keeping an eye on. Also, a bit further down to the south, we've gotten a lot of storms that have been going up here over the last hour or so. A lot of them, again, just damaging winds and hail. There is still a tornado risk. Again, there is a tornado watch still for 2.5 more hours, but a lot of the storms, again, have been behind an outflow boundary. Unless one of these storms can catch up to an outflow boundary, it is going to be hard for them to produce tornadoes. I would really be keeping a close eye on the ones that are back over near Stromsburg and Osceola. Connor's pretty close to that right now. Bottom middle of your screen. I think these would have a better chance of producing a tornado simply because they are much closer to the outflow boundary and also in a more favorable environment, at least for the next hour or two. Further off to the north, near Pierce and Neeley, we still have a few storms that are ongoing here with mainly a hail and wind threat, upwards of ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not seeing anything imminent for a tornado threat, but we are continuing to watch them in case something does end up trying to pop off here within the next hour as these storms continue to track to the east. Looks like Freddy might be driving through some high winds again. They're kind of in the middle of that storm near Aurora. You can see it on their radar here.
boy. Well, what's the service going on back there?
Well, I took it away from the booster.
Ah, I gotcha.
I kind of forgot that it was on the booster and not on Starlink.
It should be good though. We got good. They should have good service here. Full bar.
Oh yeah.
Now wind shift. Look, now it's going back south.
What the heck?
Dude, what is everybody doing out here? Everybody's pointing like 3 different directions. So. I mean, to be fair, I guess I'd rather have them pull off though than drive 15 mile an hour down the.
This is interesting. This is a shot from the load, so I'll give it a second to load. There is a really cool shot though that's going to pop up in a second. This is from Matt Delange. You can actually see a huge shelf cloud. I think this is back up near Norfolk as well. But you can see a huge shelf cloud out there on the horizon. That is all a shelf cloud, like that entire thing. That might be the storm south of Nile. We don't have his location on here, but I believe that is where he's at. So we got a huge shelf cloud out in the horizon. Once he gets over this hill, we should have a better shot of it. There it is. You can see it on the horizon. That is massive. Losing the signal a little bit. Thank you, Pace, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Definitely keeping an eye on this storm back up near Petersburg and Rayville. I don't think there's much of a tornado potential here, but there is still a little bit of a... Still discreet. I think it's north of our boundary still. This is so contaminated because of how far it is away from the radar site, but it has a potential, again, for maybe an isolated tornado as it tracks east. I do think the chances, again, are low, but they're definitely not zero. Definitely still keeping an eye on this storm. I think Freddy is, again, driving through high winds in Aurora.
It rained.
In the middle of Aurora, Nebraska right now.
Is that it? That's fair.
And someone somewhere saw a shelf cloud.
Also, quick update, if you're back over in Illinois, we still have a severe warning south of Chicago. That is near Burbanus and also north of Kankakee, that is moving east. That is for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail, so continue to stay away from windows if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. As that continues to track east, there is pretty much just outflow dominant, so the tornado potential is almost zero with this storm, so you're not concerned about a tornado risk, but at least can be watching for a damaging wind threat. Quarter-sized hail is also possible as that moves east. The storms in and around Chicago, back through Joliet, are mostly just gusty winds as well. Nothing severe as of right now out of that activity. The most intense line of storms that we really have right now is mainly back over near Mount Carroll. That is currently tracking to the east. So we're just keeping an eye on that for damaging winds. The tornado risk, though, overall is pretty low. That is going to be going towards Rockford within the next hour or so. Thank you, Alex, for the super chat. Thoughts on Northwest Indiana tomorrow and potential timing? I think the timing would be during the late afternoon, early evening. Greatest chance, or greatest threat of severe weather will be damaging winds. There's a low tornado potential. We'll talk more about it in our video tomorrow morning, maybe even later in the stream as well. I think we'll have a video, though, tomorrow morning. So stay tuned for that. Also, Connor is coming up on a storm north of York that may have a low chance of producing a tornado. We are keeping an eye on him. He's just getting out in front of that. We should have a view of that here in just a second. We still have a crazy view of the shelf cloud back up near Norfolk. It is literally miles long. Freddy actually is driving through high winds again. This is in Aurora.
Yeah, we should be getting, actually,
you're almost there, dude.
The storm's warned for 60 mile per hour winds. There's a very weak area of convergence on radar. Maybe a weak area of rotation.
We were only 50 away from 395.
It's near Hampton.
Dude, that's insane.
Pretty strong winds here in Aurora near Hampton right now. This can be coming up on Bradshaw, Nebraska over the next few minutes.
Thank you, Aaron, for that super chat.
Nothing written to it.
In the town of Hampton. Go to Hampton, Nebraska here.
Gross.
What'd you say? What?
Gross.
What's gross?
This message.
We got more tornado potential real quickly. Northwest Illinois. We got two areas of convergence. South of Guilford and just southeast of Galena. There's actually been a little weak area of convergence over the last few minutes northwest of Elizabeth. I don't think that one's going to produce. I think it's already weakening, but it did have a chance of producing. We got a broader area of circulation just southeast of Galena that's going to be going to Guilford, Scales Mound, and then eventually approaching Apple River. So we need to keep an eye on that. We are starting to get some like little QLCS spin-ups that are trying to form in this line of storms. So something to keep an eye on. Again, the tornado threat, generally speaking, is low, but this is all moving right now into far northwestern Illinois and will eventually track towards southwestern Wisconsin. We've been talking about this for like an hour. We've had some like weird areas of convergence, and this is another one of those that just end up forming over the last few minutes near Rice. It's already weakening now, but there's another area of larger but broad rotation that is currently tracking up towards Guilford and Warren. So again, stay weather aware if you're in northwestern Illinois right now.
Oh wow, here we go.
Freddy's driving through like hurricane force winds over here.
Again, Chad. Starting to
back
get
over in just outside
of
Aurora, Nebraska.
Back in. Bulldog Mama, welcome to the Storm Society.
We're getting back in it.
Is that gold?
Huh?
I can't tell.
Welcome to the Storm Society. Whoever it was.
Yes, welcome in there. Bulldog. Bulldog Mama. I'm going to a little something else in my GPS. Actually, I don't really need anything in my GPS. I know where I'm at. We know these roads. We got a good consistent like 45 right now. I'd say we got like a consistent sustained 45 crosswind here with temporary gusts to maybe 55 at times.
We had a 60 wind. We had at least a 60 wind gust when we were at that spot.
I wish we had an anemometer, you know.
I'm just reading the observed wind reports.
We had a 60.
Good shot to Sailing the Sky with the $50 super chat.
Yeah, it got pretty. I'd say 60, maybe approaching 70. When we had when we were at the cornfield there, that was pretty good wind.
Thank you also, Valerie, for becoming a maximum velocity member.
Look at radar. I think we have a mothership out of the house. Like, take a picture of it. I don't know.
Sailing the Sky, that's a question for another stream. I cannot process that in my head. That's a lot of numbers.
Well, they might have a nice
I
shelf
finished college
top.
2 months ago. I retired from math for the time being.
They'll probably get the best structure of the day. It'll be from the porch.
Appreciate the super chat, though. If you're on Discord and message me, I'll try to look at that after the stream. Or message me on a social media platform. Just message me that question. I'll try to get back to you.
Mom, go live. Go live.
Also, this is John McKinney. He's looking at the storm from the outside right now. This is back over. Let me refresh the thing here. This is the outside of the storm, back over near York in Nebraska. Very elevated, as we've already alluded to. Very top right of your screen. You can kind of see the edge of the shelf cloud there still. Looks like his feet is fully frozen.
Hey,
though,
to the membership of 23 months.
Cool little structure view of that storm. Again, that's near York right now. We got a lot of areas of circulation right now in northwest Illinois. I mean, again, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning on one of these here soon. We got a larger, broad area of circulation near Guilford. We got another one just southeast of Guilford, and another one just to the west of Stockton. We're all currently moving to the northeast. So be ready if you're in Warren, Stockton, just south of Wyota. Tornado threat is attempting to increase right now over northwest Illinois. This is all around a broad area of spin. It looks like a little mesoscale convective vortex almost that has formed here. So that should help to increase the tornado threat for the next hour or so as these storms continue to move to the east and northeast. Otherwise, the tornado threat across the board is very low with the other storms. This is definitely the localized higher tornado risk right now. This will all be tracking towards Janesville, Rockford, and Beloit. Those are some of the areas that are in the track of this in the long term. So definitely be ready for that. Yeah, across the board, most of these storms mainly damaging wind threats as of right now. Not seeing anything tornadic, at least in Nebraska as of right now. Connor at least has a very small little lowering in the background. This back over south of Osceola. I think we just lost him. Back to him in a second. It's also Mike Delange, who's back on the storm just outside of Norfolk in Nebraska. Still a huge shelf cloud, especially off to the right. Look how dark it is on the right side there. Right beyond the hill. Got the hail crack, too, for decoration. Back to John McKinney. It looks like his connection came back. It's near York, Nebraska. Pretty cool clouds here. Right next to a cornfield. You get much more Nebraskan than that. Hey, Lotus for the super chat. Lancaster, Pennsylvania has rain and storms all next week starting tomorrow. Thoughts on if they'll be weak or severe? I think it'll be mostly just weak summertime storms. I don't see a whole lot of severe weather in Pennsylvania the next few days. At least in the next 3 to 4 days. I think the threat is pretty low. Yeah, absolutely nothing right now for Omaha. We're keeping an eye on it, but nothing nearby, at least near Omaha, that's currently concerning. It's back over to Mike Delane. She's on that huge shove cloud near Norfolk. See the very far right edge of it now. Pretty cool view of this storm. Ryan Scholl and Mike Delane have been on the storm pretty much all day. Very low precip storm as well. Still producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail.
And just FYI, I fully plan to... I gotta get the windshield replaced. I'm trying to eke a few more storms out of it in case it's cool up in there.
Back over to John McKinney.
Wait, that's swirling around in those upper levels. These little
very cool clouds. Any tornadoes today? I don't think so. I think we had a brief one in South Carolina. I think that's it. We had a CC drop on radar in South Carolina before we went live on that one tornado warning. It's north of Savannah. We had at least a brief tornado. Also, the SBC outlook for today's risk has just come out. The 8 p.m. outlook. We'll have that in a second.
getting a little inflow there for a second, but
It's pretty cool. This is a time lapse.
Let's go, Melissa.
From earlier. This is back over on the Radar Omega camera in Norfolk, Nebraska. Little time-lapse action of the storm rolling in. A little eddy spinning kind of in the base, but nothing that ever became tornadic here. Mostly just wind and hail. It's a 27-second time-lapse, by the way. Rain slowly pushed in, visibility dropped, and then it went out. So that's pretty much the entire time lapse there of that camera. Oops. It's also outside of Central City. Look at this. Got some like little rays from the sun. It's over in Central City, Nebraska, from Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. Little rays sticking up into the sky. Sunlight reflecting at a certain angle. There was a report of a funnel cloud on our storm in Canada just moments ago. This back up near Belcourt. This storm right here actually was producing a funnel cloud a few minutes ago, apparently. So there's actually a chance of this producing something as it goes towards... it's actually not even going towards North Dakota anymore. It's mainly going east. So not super concerning, at least for the United States. And the other storm also in North Dakota has been falling apart. So tornado threat is definitely kind of running out down there. Or up there, excuse me. All right, let's go to the SPC outlook for tonight in a second. Actually, real quickly, this is another photo. This is from Brandon Payne, who is with Connor Croft. Both chasing together. This is an incredible photo of our storm in southern Nebraska just a few minutes ago. Again, multiple layers on this supercell, and then your shelf cloud that's been kind of falling apart. The storm's producing damaging winds as high as 60 to 65 miles per hour here over the last half hour. That is currently located just to the west of Lincoln. Also, if you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Might show some of those on the stream. This is the SPC outlook for the rest of tonight. They have gone ahead and updated it. Few updates. The enhanced risk of severe weather was removed, so we no longer have the level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather in place. However, we do have a slight risk that continues for very far northwestern Illinois, pretty much all of Iowa back into Nebraska and central northern Kansas, and a marginal threat back over into the far northern plains. The wind and hail threat still remain in place. The tornado threat is no longer a 5%. It is a large 2% tornado risk. Still includes Omaha, still includes Des Moines in Iowa as well, and also includes very far northwestern Illinois and extreme southwestern Wisconsin. So a couple tornadoes still remain possible, especially if we have anything discrete. The line of storms that is currently moving across northwestern Illinois still is catching my attention. I personally do think there's a chance that we may see a brief tornado or two out of this line of storms as it continues to move towards Lena and eventually going in the direction of Monroe. So we're keeping an eye on this. A lot of spin. We've had broad spin, especially near Guilford. No tornado warning so far on this since probably about an hour ago, but definitely an area that we need to keep an eye on for a low tornado potential. They have actually put a tornado possible tag on our line of storms here near Stockton, going into Warren and Lena over the next few minutes. So that is still with a tornado possible tag, at least for the time being. Max, you're looking great lately. Thank you. Yeah, my hair has gotten long. The hair is honestly a W, I think. The hair is like the biggest difference. Nothing else has changed. The lighting is different too. Our lighting used to be way brighter. It's actually a little bit duller now. So. That was my 4th of July. Honestly, I pretty much slept most of the day. I didn't really do much the 4th of July. That was the day after we finished basically moving everything into the studio. The new studio, which is now what we're in. It's a huge shelf cloud back up in Norfolk right now. This is from Mike DeLange. Sun setting as well. Thank you, Andrew, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about that. I forgot. Wait, I have something I want to talk about.
Right there.
Yep.
Just thought of it.
That's what that is. Water down, windows in. Okay.
We've kind of talked about this at least briefly.
What do you think?
I think we did at least briefly in our live stream talk about this, but we are working on new overlays for our live streams, at least some changes. They're at this point kind of minor, but I think they'll be at least a little bit more major soon. This is kind of an idea of what we think our new tornado overlays may look like here in the near future. So if you have any thoughts, let me know in the chat. This is one example, and then this is also our hurricane overlays that we're currently working on. These are going to have major changes. This right here would actually be flickering between pressure, wind speeds of the hurricane, wind gusts, direction, all that good stuff. So if you have any thoughts, let us know in the chat. We are currently working on new overlays, and they will definitely be coming out here probably very soon. Crazy structure still up near Norfolk. Corn is high. It is 'tis the season. It is July. Corn is growing.
Trying to gauge. I mean, you can see the little nub down there. See it? See the nub?
Hey, Legion for the 1 month.
We're just gonna watch that for a while.
I actually made all the overlays. We have somebody else doing it now. Probably.
Now, 100%.
I did all the overlays up until now, which are pretty terrible. They're very, very basic. We've had basic overlays for a long time. Not terrible, but, you know, they could definitely use some work.
Okay. Let's do this.
Talk about hurricanes. There's no hurricanes ongoing.
Hang in as long as we
It's got a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Grand Island. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Bottom right of your screen.
Just love that lighting. I gotta take some photos. Alright, stream, I'm gonna take some pics and I'll be back. Nova, you good? Okay, cool.
Vince is going live. Vince is actually going towards the line of storms right now in Illinois. We're gonna have a view of that here in a few minutes. He is coming up on that. So we'll have a view of the line of storms in northwest Illinois here in a few minutes. Again, that line of storms is still capable of producing tornadoes. The odds are not super high, but you can see the line of storms kind of bowing out here. It's quickly moving to the north towards Freeport, Lena, and eventually going towards Monroe, Wisconsin. We've had broad rotation on this line for quite some time. I still think there is a chance of an isolated tornado threat as this line continues to push to the east. So get ready if you're over in Freeport, Lena, at least for damaging winds. There was a tornado possible label on this. I think they actually just removed it. So we're sitting at 22 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we're back down to no tornado possible labels. So at least for now, they've removed the tornado possible label, even though we still have a low chance of an isolated tornado. Definitely a damaging wind threat, though, going towards Lena and eventually towards Monroe. Flooding threat is only going to get worse if you're back over near Rockford. We already have a considerable flash flood warning in effect, but we got a huge line of storms right now coming out of the west, and this is going to cause big problems. We're going to probably see an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain within the next few hours. We already have 4 to 5 inches of rain that has fallen in this area. Highest amount of that rain was just south of Durand, where we've had a few isolated spots as high as 4.7 inches of rainfall. So tons of rain's already fallen, and a lot more is to come here over the next few hours. We still have a slight risk of excessive rainfall in place for pretty much the entire Midwest here. So be ready for the potential for flash flooding. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch. This has just been issued. This is going to be back over in Iowa and eastern Nebraska. This goes until 2 a.m. tonight. And they've actually mentioned a couple of tornadoes are going to be a possibility in this severe thunderstorm watch. Isolated hail up to 2 inches in size is possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is likely. Stay weather aware and have multiple ways to receive warnings if you're in this area. Des Moines included. About 2.5 million people are inside of that new severe thunderstorm watch. We also have a video that was just sent in. This from Noah Arens on Twitter. He actually had a video of a funnel cloud, maybe a shear funnel, back over in Grand Island, Nebraska. Look at that. It was about 6:17 p.m., so just a little over an hour ago. A cool little shear funnel there. I think that's a shear funnel. I don't think that's an actual, like, tornadic funnel cloud. But nonetheless, funnel cloud is a funnel cloud. Structure is just, again, crazy up in northern Nebraska today. Northern Nebraska has been a structure day. There's really nothing mid-tornadic up here.
Yeah, that's it.
So we got a huge shelf cloud. We got a hand.
Sorry, stream. Hang on.
Just a shelf cloud. Thank you, T-Rex, for becoming a member. Thank Melanie for the $10 super chat. How about a theme song from Get Smart for Max Velocity theme song? I don't know what that is. I should switch to decaf. I don't even drink coffee. We got another flash flood warning for Mount Carroll, Illinois, Clinton, Iowa as well. Just got issued.
Got a sunset supercell watch going on. I mean, that feeder band is looking pretty cool too there. So yeah, we're just watching this back in here. Storms up. I'll give you the whole front side here. So. Scud down there.
Vince is live. I'm keeping an eye on Vince. Say another view of the shelf cloud. This is Ryan Scholl.
That is still pretty crazy. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm gonna put you guys back up in the window though.
Got a view for a second.
That is gorgeous. Incredible.
What's the probability of tomorrow's slight risk being upgraded? It honestly depends on what happens tonight. I'd say it's definitely possible. But I think at the minimum we're just going to maintain a slight risk for tomorrow. Curious to see what the model data shows here in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Kearney. That is for ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for Holdridge and Minden. Hey, sailing the sky for the super chat. I DM'd you. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll try to look after the stream. Okay, I'll try to remember. If not, I'll try to get to you this weekend. I'm very busy. Any wasp warnings? No wasp warnings. None at all. Believe it or not, we still have 25 severe thunderstorm warnings. The majority of those are currently sitting across the Central Plains. We got about 10, maybe 12 from northeast Nebraska all the way back into western Kansas, and then we have a new one now in Illinois, so we're up to 27. New severe warning for Clinton, north of Morrison, near Lanark and Mount Carroll. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That'll be approaching Forston, Mount Morrison, Oregon. And this line of storms continuing to trek along to the east. We got Vince Walty, who's going to be bottom middle of your screen. That is coming up on that line of storms right now. That's back over near Lena and Freeport. Still has a low chance of a tornado, but I think the tornado threat is subsiding as the line of storms gets a little bit more disorganized. Thank you, Molly, for becoming a member. We have another severe warning also along the Nebraska-Kansas border, northwest of Phillipsburg. That is going to be for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And then also another severe thunderstorm warning for Garden City. That is also for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It's moving to the east. Just back over to Mike. He's again still in the storm in near Norfolk.
Gorgeous. Yeah, look at that. Definitely watching. Yep.
Hey, Clyde for the super chat. Hey, also JJ for the 2 months.
We gotta stay in front of it. Okay. Hey, Sweepy, we're gonna jump. Okay.
Yeah, it's lowering on the right.
This is private more.
All right, we're losing him. This is back over to John McKinney. He still has a pretty cool structure shot. Very elevated storm again back near York, still producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We still got the shelf cloud at the very top of your screen there. Thank you, Edward, for the PayPal donation. No, it's Edward. It's still the same place. The fan mail address hasn't changed. Hey, Nancy, for the 10 months. My birthday is Saturday, 70.
Well,
70 years
doing?
young. Appreciate the super, or appreciate being a 12-month member, and happy birthday, or happy early birthday.
Just kind of hanging in there. I see Chris is in here and Sonia for moderating. Appreciate that. Court the Brave popped in.
Yeah, also Laura for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that.
Hope you guys are doing.
You guys didn't know John McKinney is Freddie McKinney's dad. We have both of them on the screen right now. Oh, no, we don't. Never mind. John McKinney is nowhere to be found. Put him bottom right of your screen. All three of them up now. You're back over in Garden City. You got round 2 of severe weather upcoming. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are likely as this moves to the east. So Garden City, be ready for damaging winds again around 60 miles per hour. It's going to be going towards Dodge City, Spearville, and Kinsley in the next hour. This is all outflow dominant storms that are currently tracking to the east. But as of right now, again, nothing near Omaha, nothing near Des Moines. We got some weak storms that are tracking that direction right now. The tornado threat, again, low as of right now, not 0. But we're still keeping an eye on this as this goes towards Wahoo, Waverly, and Ashland. Any twisters so far? We've literally had no tornadoes today. Again, it's kind of surprising. I thought we would at least have a couple. We had one again in South Carolina, but that was outside of like the tornado risk area that we've had outlined. But yeah, kind of surprising so far. We haven't had anything really tornadic here across the board. It's been mostly just wind and hail. Everything's been pretty much elevated. A lot of outflow dominant storms. Just kind of a typical Great Plains, I guess, summer day, if you will. That's pretty much what it's been so far. We've had very little that's actually been organized here across the board. Which again is pretty surprising for today's environment. We had a very favorable environment for tornadoes in Nebraska. It has not panned out so far. Lena, Illinois is getting hit right now. Very windy and rainy. Thank you for the report. Looks like Vince is coming up on the line of storms right now near Cedarville. We're going to go to him in a second. He's bottom middle of your screen. Don't see anything definitive for a shelf cloud. We'll actually go to him now. Vince is coming up on this line of storms near Freeport.
Yeah, they're extending that warning.
Producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
They just basically dropped it a little farther south.
Low tornado
this is
potential still
like
this
a
line.
pretty big deal for the Freeport to Rockford area. Maybe even farther south. Maybe like along. Well, I don't know. It's hard to tell right now, guys, because this is all kind of merging into one big blob. So. But anybody under a flash flood warning should probably take it a little bit extra serious tonight. Looks like we've got garbage signal here right now. Sorry.
Emergency management reported. The following impacts are expected. Flash flooding
There's not much for.
Have you seen the pictures out of Rockford? I have not. Is there pictures coming out of there right now? They just issued a new flash flood warning to include Rockford, which is radar engage indicated. Yeah, if we go back over to the amount of rain that has fallen, it's been mostly on the north side of Rockford, but we are expecting more rain in the Rockford area here over the next few minutes. So 4 to 5 inches of rain has already fallen just north of Rockford near Loves Park, and Pecatonica is also in that area. It's just south of Beloit. So major flooding potential is definitely evolving right now. They have issued a flash flood warning also along the Illinois and Iowa border. This one has already, this area of storm activity has already produced 2 to 3 inches of rain north of Clinton, just south of Savannah, and we're likely going to continue to see at least an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain as this continues to push to the east. You can kind of see this little spin here that we've had. We've had a little mesoscale convective vortex kind of appear out of this area of storms. You got a little area of spin, you got some storms that are going east, you got some that are kind of twirling up here. That's kind of our little mesoscale convective vortex, otherwise known as an MCV, and that's kind of what we've been seeing over the last hour here in the Midwest. It's helped to kind of intensify at least our wind threat in terms of our line. But generally speaking, our tornado threat has definitely been on the lower side of things, despite there being an MCV, mainly because of all the convection that we've had. So, it's been pretty interesting, though, to say the least. An interesting little evolution of these storms.
Basically, anybody that's getting stuck under one of these storms for time after time after time. Oh, there's a crappy little shelf cloud or something over here. Hold on. It's like a 3 out of 10.
There's a shelf cloud.
Really saying something.
This back over near Lena and Freeport, so we got a shelf cloud.
Oh, she's pissed. She's definitely a 9 now. Kind of hot when you're bad, so you're like a 9.75 now. And I just predicted the future because we got a flash flood warning coming out.
60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Clinton, Mount Carroll.
Well, any day now they'll put this flash.
Again, this is a shelf cloud right now near Lena and Freeport in Illinois. Again, Vince Walty with Project Weather
There's
Eye.
been something going on with the weather radio network, at least in this area.
How's Omaha, Nebraska? It's doing fine for now. And your threat is really going to be probably in a couple hours or so. Or within the next couple of hours.
15 minutes to put the warning.
Mainly a wind threat. Theta K becoming a moderate velocity member.
There it is. Usually
Also, the Tornado Watch officially expires in exactly, I think, 2 hours. Or, yeah, 2 hours back over in Nebraska. Doubt they'll expand it.
The National Weather Service in the Quad Cities has issued a flash flood warning for Joe Davies County, Stevenson counties until 2:15 a.m. Friday. At 8:04 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain has fallen.
What?
Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin.
Shelf cloud's kind of raggedy here, but that's basically the line here that's coming into Freeport in Illinois.
Radar. The following impacts are expected.
Tons of flash flood warnings here. I wouldn't be surprised if Vince does go after, or goes towards areas like Rockford where there's major flooding ongoing.
All right, folks. That's the leading edge of our storm. That pretty lackluster shelf cloud, but whatever. So that was the severe part of this, I guess. I need to put this in the
Over the next minute, we should see the winds pick up here in Freeport. Max, anything for Wisconsin? I think Wisconsin, unless you're on the very far southern side of the state, I think you guys are chilling. Like, really, counties bordering Illinois would be the areas I'm keeping an eye on for flooding and damaging wind potential still.
This area. In fact, I'm kind of wondering if I'm effing up going to the hotel at this point, but it's a 2-hour drive, and I really don't want to be getting there at 2 o'clock in the morning.
By the way, let me know what you guys are tuning in from in the chat. We're going to do a little heat map, see where everybody's tuning in from. If you want to put your location in the chat, you can. Thank you, Lotus, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that, Lotus, and thank you for the super chat. Appreciate the support. Minnesota in the path. Minnesota should be kind of chilling tonight. I don't really expect much up there. Pretty dry up there tonight. Might see some storms tomorrow, though. At least some isolated severe weather. By the way, in case you guys didn't see this, this is pretty crazy, but earlier today, in our initial Storm Prediction Center outlook that we had for tomorrow's threat, this is actually the 3rd largest marginal threat of severe weather that we've ever had issued by the Storm Prediction Center. 833,000 square miles for tomorrow were included in that outlook. It's now down to 633,000, so they've chopped it down a little bit, but nonetheless, this is a massive area. I mean, literally, that's almost half the country, basically, that's included in a marginal threat, or was included in a marginal threat of severe weather tomorrow. Obviously, again, as I just mentioned, it has been updated. It is not as large as before. In fact, it is pretty tiny. It's much smaller. I mean, this is now 633,000 square feet, which is still big, but not a top 10 record breaker. So pretty crazy stuff there. We got a slight risk also from Michigan back into Kansas City. So pretty large area that is included in the threat of severe weather. We do have a 2% tornado risk that is also included in that slight risk of severe weather, basically from Detroit and central Michigan back over near Kalamazoo, all the way towards Kansas City, just outside of Des Moines. Again, I think we're going to be live again tomorrow. Chicago, also be on alert. There is a low chance of an isolated tornado or two tomorrow. Depending on how the storms evolve tonight, the tornado threat may be higher tomorrow than what it's currently forecasted to be. So just keep that in mind. Let's back over to our line of storms in northwest Illinois right now that's producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour.
This area sucks for that, anyway. Alright, well now it's dumping rain.
I think we just... Oh, we came back. So far, we haven't seen anything severe. This is in Freeport. He's technically outside of the severe warning. The highest winds kind of just went off to his north, which is now moving towards Monroe and Clarno in Wisconsin.
Up here, folks.
The flooding threat is likely going to be increasing.
Let's take a little detour to the, we'll go straight. Look at this idiot. Hello? Are you, like...
That's interesting.
Are you stuck or just stupid? No, she's stupid.
Car was in the middle of the road?
We're gonna take a detour to the bad side of town.
Bro thought the white line was all the way up there.
It's always flooding over there, so... I wouldn't be surprised if it's already flooded.
Thank you, Karen, for becoming a member.
Patrol, Oregon.
So again, Vince is coming up on the flooding threat. Again, flash flood warning already in effect for Freeport. Got a considerable flash flood warning just north of Rockford, Illinois.
So it's not going to take much to cause some flooding if this keeps it up. The back side of this is kind of right over the Mississippi River right now, so there's plenty of...
Also, this is Tornado Pagey. They're back over in Iowa. A little storm over here near Columbus or not Iowa, sorry, in Nebraska. This is near Columbus, Nebraska right now. Got a little base off here to the right, a little storm that has just gone up. See if it looks like anything interesting. Hey to K for the 750 super chat. Yeah, very true. Appreciate the super chat. My 4th of July was pretty chill. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Test. All right. So, as I was trying to say, we do still have a tornado threat for now. It is starting to wane out. We have a lot of convection ongoing in this region, and because of that, it's sort of limiting our tornado potential, which is, of course, a good thing. However, the SPC did mention with this a new watch that we do have a 20% chance of a tornado occurring somewhere in this watch. I do agree that we're probably going to try to have a spin up. There go the dogs. We're probably going to try to have a spin-up tornado somewhere in here at some point when we see a favorable storm interaction. It's just kind of hard to predict where exactly that's going to be.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Sorry about that. That was on my end. That was not on Riley's end. And a chicken nugget still. I just got Wendy's because I am starving. All right, let me go back over to Vince, who who is currently getting closer to the flooding threat back over in northwest Illinois right now.
Head east on West South
This is Vince Walty.
In 1,000 feet, turn right onto Rosensteel Drive.
What?
I should grab a coffee.
What?
Grab a coffee.
Why?
W for Wendy's. I think Wendy's, IHOP are like the two most common things I get on streams.
Yeah, I grabbed you before I left.
Stop.
How do you have 8 monitors and GPUs and PCs and 4 outputs?
Bad.
I mean, we have like, we only have 2 computers. We have 2 computers and they hold 8 monitors. I mean, there's 4 HDMIs slash display ports into all of them. So. In case you guys have not already seen, again, we are in our new studio. Again, if you've not already heard about it, we do have a new weather studio. And this is what it looks like. I'll probably talk about it one more time tomorrow before eventually I just stop talking about it. But this, at least for now, it's a temporary new studio. We'll probably have another new studio at some point in the near future. This isn't permanent, but at least for now, we do have a new setup. It has 8 monitors, 2 big lights. Got 3 computers, technically. We only have 2 of them on streams. One of them is kind of just a backup right now. It'll have more of a purpose in the near term, but at least for now, it's just kind of a backup. Whenever Riley's in Florida, basically will be his computer. Thank you, Legion, for the $5 super chat. But yeah, big upgrade over before. Again, we had 5 monitors, I think, total before. So we've increased the number by quite a bit. Back over to Vince, who's still coming up.
So we're on the bad side of town now.
Coming on the flooding threat.
We will,
he's currently in Freeport. We're keeping an eye on flooding here, and then Rockford has more significant flooding.
I know some was requesting you position your squad between the last and the second to last.
How expensive is your setup? I have literally no clue. We've been building on this for a long time. It's not like this just like all was one purchase. We've done probably 6 or 7 different purchases at least. Maybe more than that. I honestly don't even know anymore. I've kind of lost track. Thanks, Sid, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. I do want to point out, by the way, we do not use expensive monitors or like super expensive computers. We have like equipment that's expensive, but like we're not like, getting top of the line stuff. We're really doing value stuff because it is not cheap to have this many monitors and stuff if you buy the really expensive ones. And every monitor has a purpose. Every computer has a purpose. Like there's purpose for everything. Like it helps us be able to relay information easier. We can monitor more stuff in situations that are evolving and all that sort of stuff. It's way easier to do that. So.
Agree.
Yeah, it looks like areas south of Highway 20 might have problems too. There's a big, several blobs of rain. Pretty much just...
No flooding so far, at least in Freeport. I think Rockford has more flooding, which is probably about 30 minutes to the east.
Once this stuff that's over us now, that's right here, moves through Rockford, that'll be the end of it. I don't think anything's going to come after this. This isn't like last July where it was like repeated rounds every 2 hours. Like this is, once it passes, it's done, I think.
Hey, Tuma for the $5 super chat. Yeah, tomorrow will be interesting. I think Chicago has a chance at least of some severe weather tomorrow.
What? Oh. You looked at me. What?
I didn't
Hey, 2 more for the super chat.
Yeah, I saw something on the
I just read that. Appreciate that.
Scared me.
What do you want?
Can you grow a beard or mustache? I can, and I won't. This is Tornado Page. They're back over near Columbus, Nebraska. No severe weather warning here as of right now. Hey, Davina for the super chat. Do you have a list for your current setup? No. We do have a, if you go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com, I think it is. Is that what it is? It's in the description, I think. Yeah, maxvelocitywx.com. Actually, there's a link down below too, but there is a link to my studio setup. Has all the links to a lot of the stuff that we use on streams. So there is technically like a list, but it's not like an extensive list. We have a lot of other stuff that we haven't added to that we have, but that's just some of it. We have so many cables too. It's not even funny that we had to buy separately.
Del Taco.
I did not know they had a Waffle
Because you do need extension cables for certain things that like are super far away from our computers.
Tiffany says they just opened a casino here, Horace. So now they're fixing the roads. Ah.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Got a new damage report back over in Thompson, Illinois. So as of 7:12 p.m., dispatch reports power poles and wires down, leading to portions of Route 84 being closed. There's also several farm irrigators being knocked over, as well as trees. It's really our only damage report in Iowa or Illinois today. We've had a couple others as well. We actually had one recently of 5 power poles down in Matino, Illinois. That is out of this storm that is going to be moving into Indiana here in a few minutes with damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and half-dollar size hail that is moving towards Shelby over the next few minutes.
What?
The heat map? Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Buddy.
That's where everybody's tuning in from tonight. Most people in the Midwest, most of you guys in Chicago, Madison, Des Moines, Omaha, and Minneapolis. I've got to be honest, it's actually really interesting looking at these maps because almost all the time when we're live, like when we've done these heat maps, almost everybody is actually in the risk. It's interesting. It's also a closer view. So we got Des Moines and Omaha as hotspot, Chicago, just south of Madison too, in Madison, Milwaukee, Kansas City, Peoria. It's definitely interesting. I don't know, I find these maps so interesting. You have a favorite singer? Imagine Dragons is one of my favorite artists, but otherwise not really. I don't have that many. There's some other ones like Alex Warren too, which are pretty good. Callum Scott. Luis Capaldi is one of the better ones too. I have like a small list, I would say. Not like a huge list, but at least some people.
Boy, oh boy. No, nothing happened. Unfortunately.
I watch you every day. My brother passed away yesterday. He loved watching you. I'm so sorry for your loss, and I condolences for you and your family. Must be a really tough time. Life is short. Make the most of it.
Yeah,
So sorry to hear that, though.
I don't know. This is looking pretty bleak at this point. But we figured we'd keep the stream on as we continue east. We are going to.
Now, I gotta say, one of the toughest parts about my job, obviously, is I'm on, you know, I'm doing weather standby like all the time. This time of the year, especially March to July, is like almost all the time I'm in my studio. I'm hardly ever away, never on vacation, nothing like that. Definitely have to say one of the hardest things during this time of the year is being able to spend time with family or friends or anybody. So, life is short. You got to enjoy it. You know, I'm hoping like in the next couple weeks or a few weeks I can at least go on like a brief like week vacation or something, but it's not easy when, especially for me, like I'm always here. Like there's hardly any time where it's like I have free time to go spend time with other people. So I feel for you. Definitely a tough situation to lose anybody.
18Z GFS sure is interesting though. For next week.
For next week.
I think one of the toughest things that happened to me this year, I think many of you guys have already heard about this, but I lost both of my dogs at the same time in March.
Might be time.
That was one of the toughest things that I've ever gone through. So. And then obviously, other people are getting older and it's harder to spend time with other people too. So.
To get to,
aren't you going storm chasing? Yeah, I want to at some point. It's hard to really get a decent storm chase day where there's no chance of me going live. It'd have to be like North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, or like Canada.
Weird. Works out.
Yeah.
Also a flooding risk over North Texas over the weekend, which is not good.
You know, Texas needs a break.
Yeah, I mean, no, the only thing that I love doing what I do, like, don't get me wrong, but, like, the biggest and the toughest thing for me is always, like, I have to be here during this time of the year, like, all the time. And, obviously, it's hard spending time with family and other people. So, but hopefully, again, weather will get a little bit quieter here the next few weeks, hopefully. And, hurricane season is right around the corner, so that'll be interesting, but... The last time I had a legit break, I think, was December. A legit multi-day break. Everything else has been 1 to 2 day breaks at most, and even then I don't usually get a 1 day break. Where's Paige right now? They are located in Columbus, Nebraska. Some storms popping up there. They're kind of around some storms. Vince is getting closer to flooding. I've had him on and off. He's back over to the west of Rockford, where we do have a considerable flash flood warning. But flooding is going to become a big concern here, I think, over the next few hours in northern Illinois.
Continue for 10 miles.
Yeah, we just keep going south on Illinois 26, so we'll be in the flash flood warnings for a while, so we'll just keep streaming for a bit. I honestly think Freeport's fine. I mean, Stevenson County flash flood warning's probably fine.
Hey, Valerie, for the $10 super chat.
This is really moving through quick now.
Really appreciate that.
So, I wouldn't expect things to get too terrible here.
I actually have, somebody sent me fan mail. I don't think I ever showed this on stream, but somebody sent me fan mail, and it was a picture of both of my dogs, and they basically like did like a sketch or something. It was really cool. It's in the other room. I can't really grab it, but wish I showed that. Wish I could show it. Problem is, it's in the other room.
Sand in my eye. Huh?
Got another storm coming into Stanton County. This is like the third one, I think, today. It's over near Norfolk again. It'll pop up here in a second. Got another shelf cloud rolling in, though. Right as the sun is beginning to set. Yeah, we're shaking a little bit. We got some gusty winds. Cats and dogs are family. They are. I agree. I do have a cat, obviously. I know all of you guys probably know that at this point, but no clue where she is. She's probably been sleeping.
In what building?
It's not in a. It's in its own building, right in the middle of the parking lot.
What do they use to?
Yeah, we only got 6 severe thunderstorm warnings left. It's quieting down. There's not really much severe weather left at this point. Thank you, Caleb, for the super chat. As well, Mentz, Illinois, quite a bit of cloud movement. That's where Mentz is. I think everything really is wind in here. It's a storm down here. Yeah, it should be mainly a wind threat. There might be a decent amount of cloud motion, but this is outflow dominant, so the tornado threat's pretty low. It should fall apart before making it to Schneider in western Indiana. But yeah, really the biggest concern right now, especially for Illinois. I mean, we got severe weather, obviously, but flooding is really upticking. I mean, we got plenty of rain falling. Tornado Pagey is actually on a little bit of a storm here. They're back over Nebraska. A little bit of a base off there to the left. New storms going up over here. It's back over to Vince. He's in Freeport right now near the flash flood warnings
that
have been issued.
Have any dimensions of the
Haven't seen any flooding quite yet, but we might see some up ahead.
Okay, we'll head up that way.
There's a little bit. Got some puddling on the roadways.
Saw that guy in the ditch up there. I was like an idiot. That girl car too. Probably his wife's car.
We might have to load that
You drive a girl car too.
What is your problem, Dave?
You've been home for too long.
Do you agree that Tornado Alley has shifted? Hasn't really shifted. Again, it's just a region. In my opinion, it's. I don't think there's any reason to change where Tornado Alley is.
Alright, I'll go look at that one on 78. Route 40 is good.
Yeah, Freeport.
So far, flooding's been pretty minor near Freeport. Just stay vigilant if you're on the roadways. Again, I think Rockford's really the area that's been hit the hardest.
Kind of a miss, I guess, on everybody's part.
The other thing is, too, you know, where Vince is actually going, we've had storms that are training right here. So the flood threat is definitely increasing. Got a new wind damage report, actually a hail report, back over in Center Hill, Illinois. Quarter-sized hail lasted about 10 minutes. There's a damage report here, too, but they're overlapping, so I can't... Oh, the report of a lot of trees down in the area. So that's back over at Center Hill. Quarter-sized hail, a lot of trees down. So just a couple new reports. Again, a lot of training storms right now that are going to be helping to produce a more significant threat for flash flooding just to the south and west of Rockford. So they got a big line of storms in western Kansas too. Again, nothing more than 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've had a lot of METAR reports and other damage or other wind reports. Again, everything's around 50 to 60 miles per hour. Highest wind gust was Shallow Water, Kansas. That's at 67 miles per hour. That's the highest that we've had so far. Back over to Tornado Pagey. That is the wrong button. Or what I just did. How do I keep doing that? There we go. This is Tornado Pagey. They're back over Columbus in Nebraska. Should get a cheese curd cam? Probably will. Probably will at some point. I need to get a cat tower like next to my studio though for that to work. Alrighty, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we are actually starting to see trailing storms far, far away from our severe risk as well, all the way down in Valdosta, Georgia. We're receiving reports of vehicles being stuck in the water as well as roadways being blocked. There's a flash flood warning for the next hour and 15 minutes. We're actually starting to see more convection pop up in this area. You can actually see down to the south of Valdosta, there's a storm with an outflow boundary way, way ahead of it. This was the storm that produced a majority of our rainfall. It's now diving off to the south, so our flash flood threat is starting to wrap up. However, there is still one cell that's sort of just lingering over there, leading to a worsening flash flood threat. We may see an extension to this warning, but it shouldn't be anything like the floods we've seen over the last couple of days.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Here's Cheesebeard. He was laying on the couch in the other room. Not honestly that surprising.
I know we only have half of a window to share, but
That's Tornado Page's truck window, by the way. It's basically half broken. It's taped up with duct tape still.
I have very low expectations for tomorrow.
Very like
it's kind of one of those
small
things
view.
Where it's close to home, so I'm kind of obligated to go out for it anyway. And there really hasn't been a whole lot that's happened this week. I know today we had that enhanced risk today, but aside from that, it's been kind of a quiet week. So it's like, oh, might as well.
And I get to go.
Well, yeah, but still, I mean, it's not.
Yeah, I was just wondering what your 20 was. In the yard, but my radio.
Raining pretty hard in Morgan, Illinois.
Sorry.
If you guys have any photos, videos of the storms, you can have me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. You can also just relay stuff in the chat if you have any reports.
Yeah, we have a lot. Oh shit, this has been out of focus.
Again, Vince is currently traveling in the direction of some flooding. And bunch of flash flood warnings in effect. These are the storm total precip numbers as of right now. Back over near Rockford, we have now gotten up to 5 to 6 inches of radar indicated rainfall. Back over near Loves Park on the north side of Rockford. Highest number that we're seeing is 5.82 inches. So we're definitely getting up there in terms of our amount of rainfall that has fallen now in northern Illinois. There are some spots also near Mount Carroll that have picked up 4 to 5 inches right near the Iowa and Illinois border. Mount Morris also getting up closer to 3 to 4 inches of rain. Yeah, northwest side of Rockford, again, closer to 5 inches. So, again, we've had a lot of rain here. And, again, more is to come here over the next few hours. So, definitely, if you're on the roadways, turn around, don't drown. Hopefully, we don't have anything like what we had the last few days. But, unfortunately, there isn't a whole lot of an end in sight to the rain right now. I mean, at least over here in our northern flash flood warnings, the rain is starting to simmer down a little bit. But it's still dumping buckets back over at Mount Morris and also Morrison. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have an update out of Clinton County, Iowa. It sounds like when the storms went through there was a bunch of tree damage, and there was actually a report of 1 2 to 3 foot diameter tree that landed on a vehicle. It sounds like the occupants of that vehicle were okay.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. That's an update there back over in Iowa.
Just shy of 300.
Back to Vince with the flooding.
Large batteries, and I had no idea that was going to be a nightmare. But it actually works out better because the way they fit in the enclosure, there's less room. So
Vince again is near the flooding.
It's going to be easier.
It's out the Freeport near Forston.
Like wiggling around and stuff.
And then let me go back over to Tornado Page. They still have a storm base back over west of Omaha, Nebraska. Pretty elevated storm. This one's near Freeport. These are all the storms that are going to be moving towards Omaha here over the next few hours. Mostly a damaging wind threat at this time. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we did just get another report out of Clifton County, Iowa. There's 6 inches of water flowing over multiple roads in the area. So that is where we have all of the flash flood warnings. It sounds like a lot of the water is already making its way towards the Mississippi. So hopefully pretty soon the flash flood will start to wrap up, but it's still ongoing for the next few hours.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. That is back over here near Clinton, where we have significant flooding that has been ongoing here over the last few hours. Luckily, the rain is starting to wind down to some extent, but we could still see an additional inch of rain over the next hour as some more heavy rainfall comes in. But again, we've at least had multiple areas between 4 and 6 inches of rain across northern Illinois and also back over into far western Illinois and very far eastern Iowa. We are currently sitting at 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, none of them are currently in Iowa. We only have one in Nebraska that is south of Kearney. Let me actually go back to radar. This is the only severe warning we have in all of Nebraska right now. It's south of Kearney for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds that is tracking up towards I-80 right now near Minden. Grant Island eventually in the path of that as well. Then we have a line of storms ongoing back over in southwestern Kansas with damaging winds around 60 miles per hour continuing. And then aside from that, the only other severe warning that we have right now is back over in far eastern Illinois, which is probably not going to last much longer for isolated damaging winds and hail moving towards Schneider and western Indiana. So again, severe weather, generally speaking, has been much lower. We still have a large 2% tornado risk in place. Definitely could see another isolated tornado, but again, so far it's been pretty quiet here over the last hour or two. Haven't had a tornado warning, I think, in almost 2 hours, so it's been quite some time. But 2% tornado risk, again, still does include Northwest Illinois, Lincoln, Omaha, Des Moines, and Cedar Rapids have ways to receive warnings. Again, we'll be live here as long as there's something at least significant that is ongoing, including the flooding threat, which has been on the rise across northwestern Illinois. Vince is coming up into some of the higher rainfall accumulation totals that we've been seeing near Mount Morris. It'll be interesting to see if there's any flooding in this area. This is on the northwest side of Mount Morris, Illinois. Some amount of lightning with these storms too off to the west of Mount Morris. Tagged you on X with some flood photos in Rockford. Alright, I'll try to see if I can find that.
Alright, looks like they expired all the severe thunderstorm warnings for the area, so those are all done.
It's actually pretty cool. This is from a viewer back over in Mateno, Illinois, around 7:35 tonight. This is from Eli the Blusk on Twitter. You can actually see it rotating a little bit. You can actually see the spin. It's a little time lapse, so you can see it kind of spinning a little bit. Definitely had a little broad area of rotation. Clouds were pretty low. It was a surface-based storm. So that was about an hour ago on that storm. That's now on the Indiana-Illinois border. It's a pretty cool video. Again, if you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Somebody just sent this to me on Twitter and said, be aware of hurricane season. It's right around the corner, and benches beware. This is when we had a bench from Hurricane Debbie. Hurricane Debbie was the one that I had to wait. I think I woke up at like 6 in the morning for, and I don't usually wake up that early. Really early morning. I remember the bench. Bench was something. I'll say the bench was something to remember. Wonder if we'll have another bench this year. Another bench cam. We got some pretty cool stuff upcoming for hurricane season, by the way. We got a lot of stuff we're going to be adding. A lot of cool stuff coming to the streams. Pretty excited about it.
That was on fire. PD has confirmed fire is out due to the rain.
Apparently there was a building on fire.
Yeah, there's really
but
bad
it sounds like it's
signal
not
out here.
on fire anymore because of the rain.
With the rain, so sorry.
Hey, William for the 10 months. By the way, if you're in eastern North Carolina, isolated flood risk will be increasing over the next hour or two. Got a little mesoscale discussion from the Weather Prediction Center. It's only eastern North Carolina, very small sliver of South Carolina as well.
Tank 3 is going to be 19170.
The area that Vince is coming up into right now, I always lose the signal, but the area he's coming up into right now has had rainfall totals around 3 to 4 inches. So we're getting closer to some of the higher totals. It's near Brookville and Maryland in northwest Illinois. See if there's anything significant. Any seal for the super chat? Looks like Vince is back.
Do we know if
Somebody reported in the chat, it's rained here so hard that my whole yard is now underwater now. Yeah, there's a lot of water again, and I mean, the rain hasn't really calmed down much. We still got a lot of rain falling, especially back over near Morrison, Sterling, and near Dixon, so.
Portland Avenue, Morrison, color power. Sorry,
Hey,
also
tune in for the super chat. Let me check it out.
Morrison fire. Portland Avenue and Morrison for a possible structure.
Kearney, Nebraska. Might have a camera view of something. Let me look. Over in Kearney, Nebraska. We got that severe storm with 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail coming in. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm trying to find the camera. By the way, this is what it looks like right now over in Norfolk in Nebraska right now. I got a big rain shaft. This is now the second severe storm that they've seen so far today, producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Another severe storm here. That's what it looks like right now in Kearney, Nebraska on the virtual railfan. So the storm rolling in. It actually got some pretty cool clouds going right over top. This one's producing, again, a little bit of hail and wind. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail currently rolling through. And that is over in Kearney. There's also another view the other direction, but nothing visible there as of right now. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit back up near Norfolk. The storm actually is no longer severe. Are there train cams? There are train cams. There are train cams. We have access to using some of them. How old am I? I'm 22. This is back to Vince. He's currently in the flash flood warnings back over.
This is really moving
near Mount Morris.
I think.
Pretty flat area here. If we find any, like, if there's any underpasses, it would be much more significant, probably. But a bit more rural over here, west of Mount Morris. He's 6'7", bro. Not 67 years old, for the record. Who did the bald picture? I don't even know. But, in case you guys didn't see on Twitter. Somebody decided to edit this photo. Oops. Unbelievable. I've never been bald. Never. It'd be a nightmare if I was bald. It'd be the worst thing ever.
What the hell is this?
Hey, Madison for the super chat. Just out the Cardigan, the really high winds.
All the cars that have been.
I was thinking Eric for the super chat. You need to cover crazy flood events.
They're all stuck to somebody's doing. Like,
yeah, if we have like chasers or live cams, I mean, it's definitely possible to cover flooding. The problem was like the Texas event, we didn't have like anybody that really was on that, so it would've been hard to cover other than just talking about the flooding and stuff like that and what's on radar. You really kind of need visual to communicate the message, I think. And even then, like flash flooding in general, most people, you know, are already aware of the situation when it's happening, so slightly hard. It's harder to give notice on that type of stuff. So.
From North Empire Command.
Hey, Rails for the super chat. We do flash flood warnings on the side. We've basically been talking about flash flooding for the last like hour. That's been the main conversation point. We literally only have 4 severe warnings right now.
slow down, everybody. There's a car coming. Other lane.
Vince has been out there in northern Illinois. I haven't seen much yet, but literally no severe warnings at all in Illinois, other than that one, which will probably end. We basically are going to be down to 3 warnings, I think, here in a few minutes. Still have a severe warning back over in eastern Illinois. That's west of North Judson, but that one probably is not going to last much longer. Mostly just quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Has the cat made a cameo yet? She did earlier. She did earlier in the stream. I'm going to see if we can get that Kearney, Nebraska cam back on here. I don't know if it's any different than before. But guess what? We actually got a train. This is in Kearney, Nebraska, where we do have a severe warning for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We got a train coming. It's training. These storms are not training, by the way. Galesburg train cam. Actually, I didn't even think of it. Galesburg actually might have a view of something. Whoa, look at this. This look at the Norfolk camera. Look at the huge shelf on this thing. Storm all of a sudden looks kind of crazy. Hey, Jonathan for the $5 super chat. It's not even a severe storm anymore. Just looks cool, though. A crazy structure shot here. How's North Carolina doing? It's mostly just rain. Flooding is the biggest concern at this point. Mainly on the eastern half of the state. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so about 60 seconds ago, you were talking about how there was no tornado warnings. Well, guess what? You're wrong. We just got a tornado warning in Canada. So the max velocity, no tornado warning curse no longer applies for just the US. It now applies for Canada as well.
All right, thank you for the update. This back over near Cartwright. Very far southern Canada. It's actually going, this storm is actually trying to go towards North Dakota. So might be a concern for the Sarles, Hannah, and Mount Carmel areas in far northern North Dakota. But generally speaking, we have a tornado right now. It would obviously be in Canada. Going to Cartwright over the next few minutes. Obviously, our overlays and stuff don't change for Canada tornado warnings, but... Yeah, crazy structure again here in Norfolk. I mean, if you look bottom right of your screen, this is what the storm looks like. It's really messy. I'm surprised we even have a view like this of this storm. Unbelievable structure here. Are you tired? No, I just have a massive headache. I don't know why. I've had a headache for the last, like, 2 hours. Honestly, I think I've had a headache since I went live. It was even before I went live. You should do Canada live streams if the US weather gets boring for an entire day of severe weather. I mean, I'm not opposed to doing Canada streams. I mean, there was an event that was actually technically streamable, but it was pretty rural. Southern Canada. We had a big tornado on Connor Croft's feed, but, you know, it's... In my opinion, I try to avoid going live for Canada stuff unless it's populated. Like, if we're talking about, like, Toronto or Quebec or something, like, it's more doable. But if we're talking about, like, rural fields, like, probably not. I mean, the other thing is, too, like, we'll go live, especially if it's, like, it will be talking about it when we're live. Like, today, for example, obviously, we're not really covering Canada, but there's tornado warnings up there. We've talked about them when they happen, so... Hey, tornadoes in your head? It feels like it. I'm eating Wendy's chicken nuggets. Once again, this back over in Norfolk, Nebraska. Got crazy structure here. This storm's not even severe. But I wouldn't be surprised if it were producing at least a little bit of damaging wind potential. If you look bottom right of your screen, there's actually a small little area of rotation, maybe. It's very weak, but... Might be a very broad area of rotation on this storm. I actually think this thing, I mean, not only has much of a chance of producing a tornado, but maybe a very low-end chance. It's kind of moving more to the north. It's kind of left splitting, so, a little bit of broad rotation, but nonetheless, the structure's pretty crazy on this. Got another report in chat of insane wind in Kearney, Nebraska. We have there is a camera in Kearney that I'm keeping an eye on. Haven't seen the wind pick up quite yet. New studio looks fire, appreciate it. Am I tired? I'm not tired. Once again, I'm literally not even tired. It's just I have a huge headache. Does the background color change depending on warning? It does. This is our severe... I'll go through a few of them. I'm not going to do all of them. By the way, we have no tornado warnings, but this is for severe thunderstorm warnings. This is tornado possible, so it goes orange. And then this would be, like, tornado warning. We have other ones, like tornado emergency and stuff. I'm not going to play those, obviously, but, like, you know, that's just generally what the colors change to. To be honest, like, this storm here, I'm surprised this doesn't at least have a severe warning. Looks pretty crazy. Got a little lowering off to the left, far left too, it looks like, right underneath the big shelf. EDS pink and tornado emergency is purple. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. And then if we have a tornado emergency, it'll like pulse purple, so. But yeah. Will tomorrow be eventful? That's a good question. Got a large 2% tomorrow, includes like 26 million people. It's mostly because of it being, including Chicago. We'll do the, we'll look at the future radar here in a second. I'm gonna pull it up. Tomorrow could be eventful. I thought today was gonna be eventful, and nothing's happened. I'm surprised. A lot of these days have looked like they could be big, and it just does not end up transpiring. We've had 3 days this week where I thought we might be going live, and we just, well, I mean, today was the day we did go live. 2 of the other days, we did not go live at all. What tomorrow looks like. We get something around 2-3 o'clock in eastern Iowa. I'm gonna be honest, tomorrow looks pretty messy too. It might be like a QLCS tornado day. We get a line of thunderstorms. For whatever reason, the HRRR has like a little peaking area near Chicago of higher STP values. So, I don't know, maybe something to watch there over near Chicago. Yeah, tomorrow, I don't know. I don't know if tomorrow's really going to perform. It doesn't look good on models. It looks kind of like today. It just looks like a messy setup. I think there's a better chance tomorrow for embedded tornadoes in a line of thunderstorms, like over here in Illinois. But yeah, tomorrow could be a decent stream day, though. I mean, we might be live for a while if this actually transpires. Look at the Rufus. The Rufus has a really crazy setup. It has multiple discrete cells around 2 to 3 o'clock. Kind of in the 4 or 3 corners of these states here, Iowa, Illinois, and Wisconsin. Tomorrow could be big. It also could just be a mediocre kind of wind day. Yeah, we might actually have a potential tornado threat developing here back over near Stanton, Nebraska. There is rotation. Ramping up. South of Woodland Park in Norfolk. This is a live shot. Yeah, I think it might be a little bit contaminated, but there's at least some rotation if you look bottom right of your screen. I'm trying to develop over the last few minutes. Wouldn't be surprised if they at least issue a tornado possible severe warning here for this storm. Let's see if we have any chasers up here. We had chasers here earlier. We had Ryan Scholl up here too, but I think they may have gone back. Let me see. We have one chaser somewhere. Let me see where he is. Yeah, we actually have one chaser here. Not any view of anything yet, but there's definitely at least some broad rotation on this storm just southwest of Stanton. It's kind of moving out of our shot now. Definitely something to keep an eye on here. Hey, Xana for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, name Elena for the $5 super chat. And also Crusher for the super chat. Dodge City, mainly going to be a wind threat. I just broke a clip. I don't know how I just did that. It was in my hands. Just snapped. Look at that. I think that went to my Doritos chip bag. literally fidgeting with it, and I just broke it somehow. Thank you, Jeff, for the super chat. Let me look at the latest radar scan here. It looks a little bit broader. I think it might be, to some level, contaminated here, but definitely something to keep an eye on south of Norfolk. See if that Kearney camera has anything. So back over in Kearney, Nebraska, we have damaging winds again up to 60 miles per hour. Should be moving into town over the next few minutes. And again, this is a live shot in downtown Kearney. Haven't had anything pick up yet. The skies are getting a bit more darker and more ominous. We'll have the wind pick up here in a minute. This is in downtown Kearney, so I think the wind should pick up in the next minute or two. Where are the trains? We had a train a few minutes ago. Also, this is Vince. He is currently in that flooding risk back over in northwest Illinois.
Because like I said, folks, if we use our brains, we can calculate that anybody coming over a hill behind us, doing anywhere above 40 miles per hour, is potentially going to cause a massive rear-end collision with multiple vehicles. That's why you can't do this.
Hey, Colin for the $5 super chat.
To impede traffic. So.
It's a storm near Davenport, rotating.
This person should be kind, as there's now 7 cars. There was 11
not really.
It's
mostly just wind.
Cars behind them. They should just kindly pull
I think
off
it'll be
on the
mostly
shoulder
wind and also
pass.
flooding risk.
We're doing 3 miles an hour right now, Chris. You think that's a good idea? For Pete's sakes. Well, now we're back up to 10. God dang.
It's back over southwest of Mount Morris, northwest of Dixon. There's an observed flash flooding threat here in Clinton. We have actually 1 to 2 feet of standing water on 16th Avenue north in Clinton. So that is a new report out of that area. A decent little live shot too. This is from Galesburg. Got some lightning on the distance. This is Galesburg, Illinois. Decent amount of lightning on the distance there. Another rail fan, by the way. Might see some train. Might see a train at some point. Never know. It's always possible. Is it gonna be bad in Des Moines? I think really at this point most of the risk will be damaging winds. There's still a chance for an isolated tornado. I think the storm again near Woodland Park has like a low chance. I just think it's very contaminated. I think everything else, I think the tornado risk in general is pretty low. I had some attempts though. Nothing, everything's pretty disorganized. Actually had a couple storms go up southeast of Des Moines. Nothing severe though, just strong storms. Were you live when the EF0 tornado hit Rockwall, Texas? I have no clue, probably. I've been live for most Texas events. It's very rare for me not to be live for a Texas event. Most of the time I'm live for Texas stuff. My home state when it comes to covering weather.
If I have to travel 2 miles in the time it takes them to travel 1.
It's back over in our flash flood warning in northwestern Illinois. West of Rockford.
We're doing 45.
Upwards of 4 to 5 inches of rain has fallen in this area.
We should come out ahead of them here.
And for letters for the super chat. Wendy's fun, appreciate that. Bill, I have not, but I'll definitely look into it. Alright, you guys lost signal. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning all the way back over in New York. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Back over near J. Lewis and Keene. Little small storm there. The storm looks smaller on this radar because of the radar beam hitting some like mountains and stuff. That's actually what it looks like. We have to go to tilt 2 to see it. Decent little storm there, though. That's near Harrodstown and Saranac Lake, moving towards Burlington, Vermont. Most of the severe weather has gone ahead and winded down along the East Coast. We don't really have many storms left. We got a few still ongoing in eastern North Carolina. Flash flood warning is still in effect as well, just to the south of Richmond. But overall, again, most of the weather's winding down there. Still a low threat of flash flooding over the next few hours. Got a few flooding reports also in southern Georgia. We've had a bunch over near Savannah. We actually have a report from earlier. A lightning struck a house along Smithwick Trail, causing damage to the structure. That's over in Maynard, Georgia. So, another report coming out of there. Will I be good for the night in the Chicago suburbs? Should be mostly a wind threat in the Chicago suburbs. Mostly a wind threat. Hey, you dirt guy for the super chat. Storm near Knoxville, Iowa is growing fast. Let's see where Knoxville is. This thing actually hasn't been growing much. It's growing in size, but it's not growing in intensity. It's mostly just gusty winds and small hail, if anything. This is the ZDR radar product, and it kind of gives us an idea of if the storms are actually growing or shrinking when it comes to the updrafts. Not really seeing a whole lot of growth with all the green and blue that we're seeing. The red would usually indicate growing updrafts, and we don't really have a whole lot of that. So these storms, generally speaking, aren't really growing a whole lot. They're kind of just around the same height. And if we go to echo tops, they're right around 45, 50,000 feet, so not super tall. Any threats for Michigan tomorrow and Saturday? You guys have a risk of severe weather both days. We're going to have a video tomorrow morning talking all about that. So stay tuned for that. The storm over near Stanton is very contaminated by the looks of it. It's back over in Stanton. Last few radar scans have been pretty contaminated on this. It is a bit more of a discrete storm. It is moving towards Wayne, just south of Sioux City, so something we'll keep an eye on, but been fairly contaminated for the most part. A little bit off of our hook. Really just keeping an eye on this right now. That was a little hook. I do think it's somewhat contaminated, though. Let me see if there's any other radar sites I can see it. Got a little mezzo on the other radar site. I mean, every radar site actually has at least some sort of upper level, mid-level rotation. Oh, might see a tornado warning on this. We'll see. The storm has at least had broad rotation. We saw a wall cloud on that camera in Stanton County a few minutes ago. It's going towards Pilger right now. And it is discreet. It's in a favorable environment, too. So maybe, just maybe, this thing tries to go here. It'll be interesting to see if this thing pans out or not. Because, again, it is very discreet. No tornado warning, no severe warning. I'm surprised we didn't at least get a severe warning on this. It's a live shot in the Stanton County EMA right now. The wind's been pretty strong. Visibility has dropped a lot as well. That's live inside of the storm, so we can't really visibly see anything from here when it comes to the possible wall cloud, but hey, Belinda for the super chat. I think for the most part, we still have a tornado warning in Canada, but that storm's been basically just falling apart. Mostly a hail threat, in my opinion, and a wind threat going towards Manitou. And Winkler, eventually in the path of that. Got some massive severe thunderstorm warnings over here in this other province north of International Falls. I would not be shocked if we at least got a severe warning on this. I just think to some extent this is contaminated, but I do think there's at least some mid to upper level rotation. We don't have any chasers, I don't think, on this. I think there's like one nearby. I haven't seen anything on their feed yet that has indicated anything being tornadic here, but Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a storm to still keep an eye on. It's the only storm right now that at least has some rotation in Nebraska. Everything else has been pretty chill. That's what it looks like right now in Kearney, Nebraska. It's on the virtual rail fan. Got a lot of rain falling, high winds just off to the middle and middle left. Might see the winds pick up here in a minute. Hey, Linda, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Do you think the flood risk in Illinois will push further east? Maybe a little bit, but not by like that much. I think Chicago probably will not see a whole lot tonight. There is a low chance of flooding, but the best chance is really northwestern Illinois. Yeah, still not really seeing a whole lot of winds here, at least in this part of Kearney. They may have already hit. We go back over to the live radar. The severe warning has been allowed to... they've actually canceled it. The storm actually fell apart. That's probably why. Got some rain, though, out in the distance. Maybe some small hail falling. But, yeah. And generally speaking, this is the storm to watch for, in my opinion, out of all the storms that we have right now. Still don't see a whole lot of anything significant out of this, but we are keeping an eye on it. This is the closest chaser to this storm. This is Mike DeLange, who is in Norfolk. Wait for it to load here. So he's near it. It's obviously very dark as the sun has already set. Storm is also towering upwards of 50,000 feet, so that's going to block out a lot of the sunlight. A lot of tops are peaking at 48,000 feet. Also, that tornado warning in Canada has just been canceled. Voice is pretty laggy, but yeah, he's driving through this area right now. Again, we'll keep an eye on him, but I don't have a whole lot of confidence this thing's going to produce yet, but I do think there's a chance. I mean, it's merging with a bunch of stuff. May produce a tornado threat going towards the Wisner, Pender, and Pilger areas of Nebraska, just southwest of Sioux City. But otherwise, a lot of the storms over near Omaha and going into western Iowa, mostly just gusty winds, some small hail, not seeing anything severe as of right now. So, we literally only have one severe warning, and that's in New York. I just realized that. We're down to one severe warning. It's all the way back over in New York. He's already by Pilger. Yeah, he's a little bit out in front of it. What about Elgin, Illinois? Most of the northern Illinois areas are mostly a flooding threat. There's an isolated threat of damaging winds. Tornado threat is very low at this point. Stay weather aware and have ways to receive warnings. But flooding is really the biggest concern. We've already had some... actually, there's a new report out of Loves Park, Illinois, near Rockford, of water entering a garage on an industrial building on Beacon Street. Hey, PG, for the $10 super chat. Lightning can be hard to predict, but I mean, obviously, tallest objects are most prone to being struck by lightning, so... Alrighty, well, we are going to go ahead and continue our live coverage. Riley's going to continue live coverage and say, in case something does happen here over the next few hours across the Midwest or the Central Plains. But I have a huge headache. I literally cannot go any longer. Otherwise, my head's going to explode. I'm going to take medicine, and if something actually does happen after we end this stream, then I'll go ahead and we'll go live again. But obviously, right now, we only have one severe warning. So just stay tuned. Stay on the stream. You'll be redirected automatically to Riley's stream. He'll continue live severe weather coverage, I believe, with chasers as well and live cameras. So stay on this stream. don't have to go anywhere. Live coverage will continue with a human. We are also going to be possibly live again tomorrow, so definitely click the bell icon so you're notified if we do go live, and also like the stream and subscribe if you're new to the channel as well. And yeah, we'll see you guys all again in the next stream, but otherwise, just stay on the stream, and again, you'll be redirected automatically to Riley's stream. If you don't get redirected, there will be a link in the chat. Thank you, Jessica, also for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you to anybody that supports the channel in terms of being a member, donated. If you're a mod of the channel, really appreciate your help as well. And we'll see you guys all again in the next stream. All right, and again, just stay on this stream, and you'll be redirected automatically to Riley's stream. Have a good night. We'll see you guys all again in the next one. Bye-bye.